I'm back, and everything is fighting me. Oh, hello. Hi. You haven't heard my voice in over a week, isn't that strange? Hi. Oh, gotta like reset my tracking. Nothing is as it should be right now. I spent like an hour trying to get YouTube to allow me to have a stream scheduled. Everything was fighting me. Hang on, I gotta make Vignon not fight me. I'm gonna do a little funny readjustment thing here. What? There we go. Now I'm normal. Hi, I'm back. Did you miss the shroom state? Also, Alive to Thrive. Thank you for gifting a sub to Hoshi. Odgepodge, welcome back. 11 months. Prime. And Selma, thank you for gifting community sub. Also, can we rotate for the gifted subs, please? Pretty please. Pretty please. I don't know if you guys rotated, but I would like to see more rotation. More rotation. More rotation. I've been on rotation deficit. Honestly, month of June, nothing but rotation deficit. Oh, Rex, thank you for resubscribing too. 9 months. Welcome back. Thank you. It's good to be back. Let me tell you, I will get into all the deets of my vacation on Friday. On Friday, I have a Yap stream. We're gonna do some drawing. Don't tell Yam. But I'm not gonna finish my Hatsune Miku, my clown Miku on time. She will not be done on time. She'll be done before we have our stream, but she will not be done on time. Submissions for Clown Miku Design Challenge are due.
Flesh Parrot, you have returned. You should see my rock collection if I didn't eat y'all already.
Gary, don't eat your rock collection. You have to hold on to your rocks because the theme for Art Fight this year is crystal versus fossil. So you cannot eat them. Clown Miku Design Challenge submissions are due Wednesday, I believe, is the day that they are due. Let me double check that just to make sure. Yes, Wednesday the 25th, Wednesday. Mine's not done. Mine is not done. Mine is barely progressed beyond where you guys last saw it, and I wanted to do like a nice illustration for it. But my like second housekeeping note this week, aside from exclamation point Clown Miku Challenge, let me put that in there so we can see the details. If you are unaware of what I'm speaking of, Yam, Allbat, and I are hosting an unofficial Miku design contest to draw some clown Mikus. The details are in the folder that is in the exclamation point. So, Clown Miku Challenge. Yoink. There you go. Oh, Nilo! Thank you for resubscribing to 7 months, yippee! Hang on, what is it? 307, what? Wait, 307,440 minutes of rotating for me? Oh my god. That's a lot of minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Corey, welcome back also. Thank you for resubscribing. There's so many of you. Was last week the resub week and we missed it, so now we've got like double resub happening. Oh my gosh, Salva, thank you for giving me a sub to Lamia too. If you could stop rotating, you actually can't. You actually have to keep rotating. So, let me just say our housekeeping for this week, which is number 1, Clown Miku Design Challenge due Wednesday. Mine will not be done Wednesday. Mine might be finished on stream on Friday. But it's because my second bit of housekeeping is that I have 3 projects that are really big projects that all of which are due for me at the end of this week, which to have all of that be right when I got home from vacation, stressful timing. So all fun is on halt this week. This is an EG work week. Everything will get done and it will be fine, but I will not be able to do any silly business, so I will not be able to draw for fun or do things for enjoyment this week. So then, on top of that, I did just return from vacation, and I don't know if any of you understand how this goes, but the whole thing where you return from vacation and therefore have to recover from vacation, you know? Vacation is supposed to be the thing that helps you recover from life, and I will say, I am feeling refreshed in some ways. I was a little burned out, and there's a little bit of monotony to my schedule week to week, and it was nice breaking that up for a whole week. But at the very same time, man, I'm eepy. I am sleepy, and every person that went on, I had family vacation with the Shroom fam, which includes Shroom mom, Fungi father, my sister, my aunt, my uncle, my cousin, and Joby. That was the quantity of our family vacation, but we all stay in one house, and all of us got the same stomach bug. I think we all ate something bad while we were there, and I have little stomach bug right now, so I'm like minorly cramped and uncomfy. But I will be okay. Did you go to Offkai? No. No, I did not go to Offkai. I was like, my family vacation had been planned long before I knew that was when Offkai was. And I was like, I won't get FOMO for Offkai. I'll be on family vacation. And you know, I was on family vacation and therefore had no reception. The place we were staying at, because like my family isn't necessarily like go to the beach kind of people or like whatever have you. My family is like, we're gonna go stay in like an Airbnb on a river and hang out with the nature. There was no reception. The only place you could get reception is there was a little like pier connected to the place we stayed. And the only way I could get reception is to walk out onto it. But you know, normally I'd be there. I'd be here for no reception. I love disconnecting. But I have projects I'm working on that I actually need to talk to my clients about. And I had to update you about what all I was doing. And there were other things going on that I was like minorly stressed about the fact I couldn't tell what's going on. Also, hello, what is happening still? Selma, thank you for gifting us sub to Bugs. Very kind, I hope you were rotating for Selma. Rand Daniel, welcome back for 3 months. Need your rotate emote? Hell yeah, you do. Welcome back to rotation. I hope you enjoy your stay. And Katana Spirits, a whole year! Woo! Welcome back. Thank you. Enjoy your rotations, fellas. Vtuber Sphere Offkai is here, e.g. skip ad. So half of the not having reception did kind of save me from having Offkai FOMO, but a lot of my YouTube companions, my YouTube VTuber companions got to meet each other, and I was like, single tear goes down face. We need like an East Coast VTuber meetup or something. Because I can't afford to fly to LA. I can't afford to stay in LA. Are you crazy? on this budget? On the income that I make? No way. So, hey VTubers, go to Otakon, please. Please go to Otakon, I'll see you there. I am also a potentially slightly long, but still doable train ride away from New York City. I don't want to miss everything. I know people are going to Anime Impulse, maybe too. I'm not going to that one. I'm gonna ask where to do the vacationing. I will get into specifics on Friday, but my family went to Virginia, and we went to like Water Country, USA. We went to Busch Gardens. As like 2 of the days we were there, we went to Williamsburg the one day. It was an interesting time. I was maybe potentially sending messages in the Shroomate Discord from Busch Gardens, avoiding going on a roller coaster. Those sound like places to me. They are places. I confirm they exist. Are people unaware of those places? I guess a lot of Shroomates aren't from the US. I thought Busch Gardens was pretty well known, but maybe not. Water Country is like the Busch Gardens attached water park. Yeah, I did not find Mothman, however. I did, in fact, though, find snails and crabs and a fish. On Friday, I will have a mini PowerPoint to show you of some, like, funny things we did. I mean, bushes are normally in gardens. No, not bush like that. Bush is in B-U-S-C-H. Like the beer. The beer is the owner of the park. Water Country just sounds like a Mario game. Loki does. Water Country, USA. First name... We were talking about pretending to be Mr. Water Country. No. Mr. Water Country was my father. Please call me USA. Did you see any mud skippers? I did not. No. People don't know about them. That's so weird to me. I have a feeling if you're not in the US, you are unfamiliar with those parks. It's not like Six Flags and Disney, which I think have a little more notoriety or not notoriety, they're just more well-known outside of the US of A. But it was fun. Also, the emptiest I've ever witnessed those places. I don't think I've been to an amusement park in almost 10 years. And it was really empty, which was really nice. I waited in no lines, but I will tell you all of the tales. Busch Garden is not a garden with a lot of bushes. There were a couple bushes, but it was mostly roller coasters. And there was a train. So, yay! I'm back though. I'm back and that's what matters. Do you want to hear my other two things that were the things that were goofing me up today? I keep trying to like get stuff done. The world is against me. You've heard of my regaling tales of my mouse not working. There is something wrong with the Shroom PC. Maybe it is growing mushrooms in it. But any mouse I own will not click and drag properly. Like, I can even show it to you when we get into the canvas. I can show you what happens when I try and click and drag things. It don't work. It hasn't been working for a minute. And it continues to not work. Even if I use other mouses, I uninstall the drivers, I reinstall the drivers, my computer keeps installing duplicate drivers of it. I did a clean boot and tried it from that. I tried booting my computer from Linux on a USB drive and it's still doing it. There's something in the hardware of my computer that's angry at me and I don't know what it is. And I don't have a solution to it right now, so I have a different mouse because I have one that it's better on, but it's not my good mouse, so my hand will hurt, so that wasn't working. On top of that, YouTube wouldn't let me schedule to go live today. Don't know what that was about. You tried all the USB ports? I did. I did try all of the USB ports. I restarted it. I turned it off and back on. I uninstalled the devices and reinstalled them. I disabled them. Nothing works. Oh, the hype train completed. Thank you. I thought it went away a while ago. Yippee! Thank you for hype train. Also, TV Head, thank you for following. A malware? That is one of probably the only thing I haven't tried, so maybe I will try a malware scan of my PC. Will the dust up the USB part like a cartridge? No, I did not. I could try that, but my office isn't very dusty. So I doubt that is related. I did also try the Google, and I did all the things the Google said, and I got to the point where it was like, well, there's something wrong with your computer. That's what we know. So, unclear. My bad, I started chewing on the cords. How dareth you? The shroom hath just returned, and was already struggling with things. How dare you? How dare you add to the struggle of the shroom? Unkind. PC not working, Duncan and Gloop can always use more Gloop. That's probably true. I could always use a little more glue, maybe. Whoa, Capture Thing's so cool. How'd you do that? Thanks. I have auditory processing disorder and I also have hearing loss. So, there's a whole tutorial on how to do it that Ocean Axe has made. I should keep that on hand so I can show you how I did it, but it's just an auto closed caption plugin. It's not always the most accurate, but it exists at the very least, which I think is kind of helpful. Thank you for Gloop. It was locked in the room. I thought it was Noodles. I'm gonna tell you a secret. This could be part of my tales that I'll tell you on Friday. But Joby and I accidentally left a bag of potatoes in the cabinet over top of our, like, the range is what it's called? The range over the stove. And they did, in fact, rot in the week that we were gone and spawn many a fruit fly. I have an Ingy secret. My, like, biggest fear, my only phobia is, like, my only genuine phobia that is completely uncontrollable is fruit flies. So that was not fun. Hey, I'm telling you the tales of my suffering while on a blankie and you took my hair. Seems like you do not have any sympathy for me. Where was I going with this? Why was I thinking about that? There was a reason. There was a reason I was telling you about it. This is kind of baby EG, huh? Did they sprout? No, they did not sprout. They kind of melted into brown goo. Maybe I was thinking about gloop? What was I talking about? Why did I bring that up? Huh? What? Potato grossness. I was cleaning it up. Eating food, really? Why was I talking about this? Yeah, definitely an ew brother ew. I'll give you the whole tale of that on Friday also. Sorry, my head's empty, I guess. There was a reason I brought that up, but now I can't remember what it was. Too much happened between the start and continuation of that story, so it just didn't happen. Bald, googly eye? Yeah. You can see all my extra secret eyes. Oh, and here's one of them. Winks at you. Came back and got jump scared. I'm not sorry. Oh, wait, I remember what it was. I was deep cleaning the house as a result. I know why I was telling you this. As a result of that, I was deep cleaning the house, trying to see if there's any like garbage that had been missed anywhere or anything. And when I went into Jubby in my bedroom, I noticed there were fruit flies in there, and I was like, that's weird. I did take the garbage out. Why would there be fruit of fly in this room? All while I am narrowly avoiding the urge to vom. I'm like, what's going on? And I see they're around Jubby's desk, and they're like around the keyboard, and I was like, I was like, is there like fruit or vegetable remains in Jubby's keyboard? What's going on? So I'm like wiping it down from on top of it with a Lysol wipe, and I like scoot it over, and there's like a weird liquid under it. And I was like, weird transparent liquid. I didn't know keyboards spawned translucent, bad-smelling liquids. Did you? I didn't. So I do flip it up and find rotted ramen noodles under Jubby's keyboard. Jubby's desk is not dirty. Jubby's desk is clean. Why on God's green earth are there rotted ramen noodles under Jubby's keyboard? That's normal? I see, I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware of that being normal. I actually personally don't think that's normal. But turns out when you put rotted noodles under a keyboard, I talked to Jubby later about it, and Jubby was like, yeah, my keyboard's been kind of weird. Like, it was been like kind of short-circuity. Yeah, because there's noodles rotting and emitting weird liquids under your keyboard. Huh? What? Dry or wet under? They were wet for some reason. Jubby, we've not eaten ramen in like months and months also. Like since it started getting warm out. So like I do not want to know how long that has been under there. But good God. So yeah, those are my quick tales for you today. Quick EG horror story. Just real quick EG horror story. Yeah, secret noodle stash. But as I learned from that, strange liquids in PC accessories, maybe not good still. Perhaps not swell. Under the keyboard, you mean inside the keyboard? Like underneath. Like I flipped the keyboard up to like wipe and see if there were crumbs under it, and they were under it. Flies made them or eating them while squatting. Maybe, you know what? Perhaps. But a rather disgusting several hours after I returned home from vacation, because that is what I returned home from vacation and then immediately spent 3 hours cleaning. Was brown goo leaking out of my cabinet onto my stove and destroying fruit flies. So that was not fantastic. So like I'm having tummy issue already. Hot they them tummy issue. And then that. Why? How did it even happen? I don't know. Image in my mind is Jimmy putting a block of ramen on their desk, pouring water on it and keyboard on top, then leave. No. It was just like 2 noodles. It wasn't like a huge amount. Like 2 singular ramen noodles. But like that's still a larger amount of ramen noodle than should be placed under a keyboard. Right? Also those gestures of opening a bag of something. No, that was my gesture of flipping up the keyboard. Yeah, 2 whole noodles. Who knows? I will regale you the rest of the tales. I'll give you the full tale of that and all the rest of the tales on Friday. So if you're interested in how my travels went and what all that did, I've got pictures that I've edited my head onto and tales of some horror stories and interesting things. But I am sleepy from vacation. I have a lot of big projects going on this week, and I'm having stomach bugs. So I'm acting pretty well myself right now. We'll see if I can keep that energy up. I'm a little oog right now. But anyways, as I'm noticing people doing their hears. Who's here, Truemates? Welcome back! What did you all do in my absence? Were there like VODs for you to listen to? Were you able to keep active? I was supposed to give you a list of like babysitters / TAs / substitute teachers. Ow, but I didn't have reception. Oink! Hello. Greetings, mortals. It appears I have returned as well. Oh! It's been a while, hasn't it? It's been longer since I've seen you than others have seen you. It's been a minute. You haven't seen EG in a week. It's probably been a couple weeks since you saw me last, huh? Well, I'm rotating on a new axis. The dab god has arrived. Is that what we have decided to... Is that what you guys have bequeathed as my name? Oh, I get free arm mobility. That's cool. I didn't know I had that. We completed the worksheet packet. We promised. That's good. Were you good for the subs? Were you normal? I heard the shroommates were losing their mind, potentially, in the Discord server. You know, absolutely not. Had my friend over, started making a YouTube video of my EG doll. You're making a doll of the EG? Interesting. Beginning of the stream after a long while, my trigger finger's itchy. Uh-oh, what do you mean by trigger finger? Be good. It seems like Amber might be ready to bonk. Oh, my mouse. Hello? Mouse won't even work for Eldritch EG. Last week working on Miku and then watching Winx Club. See, Winx Club is pretty good. Hello, it is, yes, biblically accurate EG. Biblically accurate EG will do us all the favor of doing roll as well. Hope you were all good for the subs. Nebula Cone, I see you. Ren, not iCarly, Rex Tau T, the Star Heron, Alive to Thrive, Bugs, Binary Star, AK4 Ne. I forget how to say your name, and I was... Oh, Akane. Akane? Wait, hang on, I had it written down. I think that was right. I think it's Akane. Nilo, Selma. See, even in my infinite knowledge as the Eldritch Lord of dabbing, apparently, I still cannot figure out names. I am still no better than the lowly
What's
teacher
up,
that usually hangs out with you.
It's the boy you miss the most, I'm sure. Gary here to tell you that in my parents' absence I managed to get hold of the most gourmet concrete I've ever had. Look for my Yelp review of the place. 10 out of 10 will recommend. Wait a minute, what is this entity here? Where's EG? Hello,
Raiders. Hi, Radiance. Welcome in, Raider. On YouTube. What a strange time to join us. This is not how I usually present myself, but welcome in. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, but currently I am the Eldritch God of dabbing. Shroommates, would you be so kind as to rotate for our Raiders? How was your stream? What were you up to? What were you doing? I was taking roll in teacher fashion. I am normally a freelance artist Fungi art educator, but right now I am a miserable pile of goo, more or less. Hello! Oh, your emotes are cute. Yeah, also you can see YouTube rotates for, or Twitch rotates for you as well. Oblique, thank you for resubscribing, my friend. I'm honored you would use your Prime sub for me because you only get one of those. I appreciate it. What were you guys up to, Radiance? What are you guys doing for your stream? Also, unusual way to see me at the moment. I'm taking roll as well. Yep, that's true. Uiji is true. Win, Caprica, Corey, I see you're here. Lamia Arcane, Asatulupsi, Nocturne Deer, Randaniel, Cotton Candy Floss. See, this is an uncommon event. Make sure you get your check-ins to class in, because I am not often that you get to be greeted by the Eldritch Lord. Wow. Amber, Hyman's Crown, Panda Rosemarie, Hoshi, Lil Chai Latte. Oh, my mouse is scrolling in the inverse direction. That's good, that's normal. Mars, Noctis, Tales of the Past, Washwan. Hello. YouTube Shroommates, who is here? Conrad Sci-Fi RCU, CK, Butter, Game Loser. Hi, Radiance. Your design reviews are cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you think so. The WoW in character. What would you expect? Would you expect me to be something else other than what I am? Other than what I am. Mouse also does not work again. Do not think it works. Interstellar Eyes, hello. Hello, fellas. I'm teacher. I have not turned to soup yet. That's good. I may or may not be calling to soup. Yeah, Noctis, I did call you. Noctis, you're today. Noctis, I have your design in here today. There might be a couple other shroommates who are in today. I believe Echo is today. We've been hitting the range of Vtuber design critiques where there's a lot more shroommates who submitted their designs last summer who are appearing. Hi, my net is not very good, so I might have missed what you said. It's all good. How was your stream? I hope you had a good time. What were you guys up to? Also, if you and your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or meing, your Eldritch God wants you, yes you, to take care of yourself. Please look after yourselves. Please look after yourselves and take care of yourselves. You want to stick around and hang out? That's appreciated. You can bask in the glory that is my terribly rotating skull for the next couple of minutes until I return. Yep, there we go. Never mind, I'm back. Nope, I'm not. I'm narrow. What's that? What's this? Why am I narrow? They really took the, like the Go-Gurt, you know the Go-Gurt ad where they, like, crush people? They crushed me. Horizontally. Skinny legend. What's happening? Why am I narrow? I can slide down even the slimmest of alleyways like this. Ow. Oh, hey, that fixed it. I have hands dangling from my face. What is happening? Hello? What are these things? Why? Why do I have things dangling from my face? Always something new. Always something new. Dehydrated teacher. They stole all of my hydration. They horizontally shrunk me by stealing the hydration. I was gonna rage mate to fix character issues. Let me have each do it. Too slow. I know, I have like weird shroomy growths on my face. They are just more of my hands, but they're so weird and floppy. Help. Help. Wait. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Wait, hang on, you're over here. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Pokes you with my horrible eldritch little floppy hand. Get rotated, thanks. Ow. 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 Hey, I know you might be trying to high five my extra hands. Don't. It still hurts. I did not mutate over vacation. I did not mutate, okay? I met some family members and had a nice time doing so. By family members, I mean other mushrooms. But I did not mutate. This is some weird side effect of, you know, sometimes you fly too close to the sun. Allowing the Eldritch God to take residence in my body may have repercussions. It has irreversibly changed me, potentially not in a good way. Why is this in the wrong place? Everything is really strange right now on my stream, and I don't know why. Hello? Where is my pinned notes? I need these to be moved down. Nope. Not like that. Nope. This, please. Can I have that? Nope, I can't. Nope. Okay, whatever that is not the thing I think it is. Nothing's working. Thank you for shortening my hair, though. I do appreciate the haircut. Don't worry, I won't touch you. Next thing you know, the Eldritch Gods are gonna take over stream. I don't think I can permit that. I don't want to leave you alone with that thing for too long, because I fear if 5 minutes is enough to have me growing funny hands out of my face, I loathe to know what might happen if I leave you alone with that thing for, say, 4 hours, like my usual stream length. Don't risk it. Don't risk it. It ain't worth it. Let me try and click and drag something, and we should, like, actually maybe kind of start stream. Oh, magic. Hi, thank you. That sadly did not get rid of the hands for some reason. Now I just have fingers touching my funny oyster collar. Also, we're gonna say hi to Gary. That's okay. Don't worry. Gary respects it. Gary, you're never late. Yeah, the hands did stay. That is okay. Let's go here. Yes, if you've not taken an opportunity to say hi to Gary yet to greet my son, this is a good opportunity to say hello. You're right, Amber. I am pretty handy, aren't I? Ahaha, look, how many hands do I have right now? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's another. Hang on, wait, 6, 7. Wait, why is there another one? Are they multiplying? Wait, 8? Do you see that one? Lordy. Good God Almighty. What hath we done? I return to you, but not in any normal manner at all. It does appear to be spreading at alarming rates. I'll see if they go away or not. I may have to, like, just fully refresh myself. Yeah, there is one in my chin contained wait,
Parents,
in my chin?
Can I eat the worms growing in your body? Hi, siblings.
What? What? Gary, there's not worms living within my body. You just gave me, like, body horror, like, Gary, don't say those words. No worms. We do not permit worms. The holes in my skull are from the bugs, but there's nothing in there right now. My brain is empty. I am not rotting. What do you... Oh, you're right. Hang on. How do I make it visible? Did you see? Did you see it? Oh, they're gone. Wait, did they just leave? Did you see, for a split second, the one that was inside my throat? Like, right there? Yeah, no, the cross emote? Correct. Correct. These are the repercussions, yeah. These are the repercussions of summoning an eldritch god. We should maybe do less of that. It's probably not good for my health if I had to make an educated guess. Still there, they just reach your brain stem? No! No, no, I don't have worms in my brain. My head is empty. There's nothing living in there, not even brain cells. Yeah, no, let's not cause any horror stomach aches. I already have tummy ache. I don't want to think about, I was already freaking out about fruit flies. I don't want to freak out about more about other things. Hands are EG's spore since EG is an artist. Yeah, I drop a hand into the ground and it grows another EG. That would be interesting for lore. Carry your noble steed is a fun friend doggo named Izzy, big golden retriever that enjoys to eat grass and roll in dirt. Hey, good for you, Gary. I didn't know you had a noble steed. I'm glad you're expanding your interest into horse riding. I almost said horse fighting because I'm wearing my boxing gloves, but I guess you could like fight horses too. Wham, bam, bam, boom, bam. Opening a window, go for it. I am the most handy shroom you ever did see. I think that was a grand total of 9 hands at once. I don't think you can handle that. You can't handle that. Arcanus Arcanite, thank you for following also. Arclight, sorry, pardon, wait. Yeah, Arclight, yes. Reading. 11 hands? Was it really 11? Oh, I guess we're counting Gary's hands. Gary does have 2 little hands. Nee, 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 nee. He can like flap his funny little arms for us there. But we should like do what we're supposed to. Reading the rubric 38 minutes into stream, not unusual for me. But I should do what I came here to do. I should do what we were all here for, which is, you know it, you loved it, you may have guessed it. It's Monday. What do we usually do on Monday? Anything other than Vtuber design critique would probably be blasphemy and strange and uncommon. The day there is a Monday and I am live, but doing something that isn't Vtuber design critiques, apocalypse be upon us. That'd be so strange. I literally, people will invite me to do something on a Monday for like a stream or something. I'm like, no, I need this this singular consistency. Monday is VTuber Design Critique Day and nothing else. Nothing else gets to be put in the place. 1 million EGs versus 1 horse, who wins? I feel like at that many EGs I could crawl all over the horse, but they should put that in that totally accurate battle simulator or something. Yeah, I'd pet the horse with my extra hands. Yes, lock in or to yap, that is the question. We'll see. I haven't yapped at all of you in a week, so like I do have to get some of that out of my system. But anyways, we will start at least kind of somewhat. Chaos, destruction, entropy, Monday. Yes, entropy. All things trend towards chaos. Everything in the universe wants to lean towards chaos. I love that that is a constant. That is the goal. 100 EG-sized horses or 1 horse-sized EG. Horse-sized EG sounds terrifying. 5 centimeter tall horses, totally handleable. 1 single EG, horse-sized EG? What size would that make me? What kind of horse are we talking about here? And in what manner? I feel like horses aren't that, actually they're kind of tall. Hang on, I'm getting distracted. Horse height or length? That's another good question. Draft horse. I'm gonna save that for, I have a horse story to tell you on Friday. Good God, I have so many stories to tell you, I have to shut up. I have to lock in and tell you all of my funny stories on Friday, but there is a horse story and I have to make sure I don't forget it. There's too many, I will never get through stream today, which is why I scheduled it for Friday. Man, I should have scheduled it for earlier in the week, but we have a system. Thursday is game critique, Friday is whatever. Peter, the EG-sized horse is here. Huh? Izzo's not a horse, he's a legit dog. Oh, so there you go. Safe. Safe from my wrath and my fists, as I apparently am fighting horses. Should we have critique horse VTubers today? Man, it'd be great if we were critiquing horse VTubers today. So we are critiquing today non-human VTuber designs. And but by non-human, I do need to specify that that is kind of my like catch-all category. There's some humanoid things. A lot of the fellows are kind of humanoid, but this is my catch-all for furry and anthro and object head designs, I believe. Things that to me, at least visually, seem like they're at least 50% not human. That's where I draw the line, 50% not human, because I know a cat girl is like only 1 step away from being a furry, or maybe like 2 or 3 steps away from that. Yeah, there is a star head in the thumbnail. I think we got a couple of examples there, and yes, that is a, technically, I guess not technically, but that is a canon Squiiji Furry Design in the thumbnail. There is a canon furry Squiiji design in the thumbnail that was designed by our very own Zany Feathers. It's so cute. There's a canon shroomate as a also panda creature that is related. Yeah, Pandy D. It's so cute. I am not personally a furry. I just don't identify that way, but I got big love and support for the furry and anthro community, so it's fun having a design that is in support of it. It's like just like a fun thing to participate in a little bit, you know? I also, for art fight, someone asked earlier, I will probably be team... Actually, I'm not telling you. I haven't decided what team I'm going to be on for art fight. I haven't made up my mind. I'll make up my mind before the month starts, but I will probably put Panda EG on there in the Squiiji options, so that way people, because I know there's a lot of people on art fight who want to have that as an option, so I will put that on there, so you can draw a normal Squiiji or furry/anthro version of Squiiji if you would really like to. Guys, if you were an animal, which one would it be? The Shroomates elected me to be a panda. They picked for me. You have to choose soon. Yeah, it's fossil or crystal, right, I think? Which honestly are both really good options, so I don't know. I think you told on yourself already if my ears did betray me. I almost said I was gonna be team fossil, but I actually haven't decided. So I don't think so. The theme this year? Yeah, fossil and crystal, yeah. Team Gary, we eat rocks and draw based on taste. That is not a bad... Well, actually, that's not maybe the best thing to do, but... You can draw rocks based on taste, maybe. Trapped outside of art fight, they won't let me log in. I will say, at this point, because we are so close, their website tends to be down. So once we are a little further in July, I probably won't be doing art fight attacks on stream the first week of July, but after like the second and third weeks and maybe fourth weeks, that'll be our Friday stream. It'll be us doing some live art fight attacks. I have some people I want to revenge who are Shroomates who drew me last year, who I didn't get to draw back then. So even though they don't count as revenge now, I'll probably be attacking a couple of those Shroomates first. And then after that, we'll be drawing some other fellas on stream. Yeah, Noctis, I remember last art fight too, because I drew you. And funny to say that, like last art fight when we were doing that, you're in here today. And I drew Noctis for art fight last year. I drew Noctis, I drew Riraku. What other Shroomates did I draw? I drew Ree. I drew a couple, which was funny. So Shroomates, if you wanna fight me, you are welcome to do so. And I will fight a couple of you. I won't be able to fight all of you, but I'll fight somewhere probably between like 6 and 10, maybe. Oh yeah, Hodgepodge, did your OC too? Yeah. I did. I drew 2 cowboy hats in one stream. I drew 2 whole cowboy hats in one stream, which was crazy. And I also debuted EG 2.0 in the middle of art fight, I believe. So most of the art was of people drew of Squiiji was of 1.0, but then I think there's like one Squiiji 2.0 in there or something. Yeah. No, you cannot fight with knives unless you're like making an EG themed knife, which they may be okay with. Also, I don't know if I elaborated on this. I'm not actually drawing for art fight this year. I'm making really quick, like small low polys for art fight this year. I'm making ones, remember my Miku? I'm making those. Something like that. Might be a little bit chibier than that because I can do those faster and I can use a base for it in some manner because that's faster than drawing for me. Theoretically, maybe. Unclear. I might do some drawing too. I'm still deciding, and I might invite Billy to do some attacks on stream with me, or Jubby to hang out while we do some attacks, or other art VTubers to do some attacks. Faster? No. I am just so inefficient at drawing. I'm way more efficient at 3D modeling. That's what it is. I'm not trying to like be like a speed demon, but I would like to do a couple of attacks this year, and I am just such a slow... I'm so slow at drawing. The fact that I finished like 3 drawings on stream last year when we were doing it is kind of crazy to me. 3 or 4, I think, each one. Crazy Dio. Yeah. Like to hear about the magic crow person, they seem cool. We will hear about the magic crow person. Good segue, get us back on track here. Good golly. Oh my gosh, by golly, I am so locked out right now. I am so locked out. So, hello, Vtuber Design Critiques, Anthro, and furry, and object head. Just non-humans in general, which, what a better Rubric-chan design to have this week. This week's Rubric-chan, personification of our beloved Rubric by Blue Fire Blood. What a better one to have than one that is a robot and also composed of words? Wild. If we had, there was a pony one that somebody had drawn, which might have been even more topical, but I feel like this is a pretty good topical Rubric-chan. And this Rubric-chan dreams of being placed on the fridge with the EG magnets. So cute. Also, can you see my mouse not working? Hang on. Here, wait, I can even show you my mouse not working. If I get my mouse that's like really not working, watch what happens when I draw. Let me get something that's not so big. Oh, hang on. It's silly of me to think I could click and drag to move that over at the bottom. But witness. You can see when I start to click to draw, do you see that it waits like a solid second before it's like, oh, you're drawing. You're drawing? I didn't realize that. You were drawing? You wanted to do a thing like drawing? You actually cannot do that. That is not a thing that is permitted of you, my good EG. So I'll have to remember to not touch my mouse, like, at all. Like, do you see this? Do you see this nonsense? I'm clicking and holding this whole time. Wee. Oh! Is this the VT that's been causing havoc on r/Seizo Vtubers? Thank you for the 500 bits. If I am unaware of that. What do you mean causing havoc? I am Seizo. Like, very committedly so. I have not heard of this. You are welcome to fill me in if apparently people are talking about me. Not really participated in an art fight before. My skills aren't quite where I'd like it to be to participate. As well as I feel like an easy way for me to burn out. Art fight is a fun thing to do if you need an excuse to draw things. Do not push yourself to do it if you think it'll burn you out. Do it for the fun and for the sheer joy of having inspiration of things to draw. Don't do it because you want people to draw your OCs. Do it because you want to have things to draw, because you want to draw fan art for other people, you want to make other people happy. That is the way that you should go into art fight. That is the approach. For me, it's just like a funny little thing so that I can practice something. Where last year I was just trying to make really fast chibies because I hadn't drawn in an anime style really all that much at all until that point. This year, I'm testing out a new, potentially really fast 3D model style that I can use for commissions maybe, and that way I can have some things that I can produce a little faster, mayhaps. Oh, we've been raided! Welcome! Momochi Tsutsuji, hello! Welcome in! Shroommates, you know the deal. Rotate at them. Hi, I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. And we're doing Vtuber design critiques today for non-humans, anthros, furries, object heads, if we would ever get to it, because I'm yapping. Welcome in! Thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. Hello! What are you guys up to? I hope you had a good stream. Let me see. Ooh, wow. Ooh, my mouse doesn't work. I actually can't check. Ooh. Evo, search for Eden. Interesting. We here at the ASU Anime Club have been seeing you on our timelines. Australian University? I don't know what that stands for, but interesting. Intriguing. Playing Evo Search for Eden. Very old game. I am not familiar with that game, but was it fun? I hope you had a good time. We were discussing, is it the right name? Tried to look at it, but either I fail at Reddit, not unlikely, or something is wrong. Intriguing. Intriguing. Sure, I love that Shroommates are immediately looking into it to see if I am present on subreddits. But Momochi, if you need to do things, and you and your fellows who also came in with you, if you need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling memeing, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. Please look after yourselves. I hope you're doing well. If you want to stick around and hang out, do appreciate it. But look after yourself first. Arizona State University. Ha! Huh. You know what they say about me? You know what they say about Squiiji? I'm big in Arizona. I'm big and out there in Arizona. Also, remind to take your meds if you haven't yet. That's true. I should add that to my raid greeting for all of us, because as I'm saying this, I didn't take my vitamins. Thank you for reminding me. Here are my vitamins. I should eat a couple of fish cracker before I put vitamin into a slightly empty stomach. This is a warning to all of you Shroommates. PSA, don't take medications on empty stomach. None of them. Unless they specifically tell you to, put a thing in your tummy before you take your medications to avoid having hot they them tummy issue. Take it from me. I've been there. I burned a hole into my stomach. Not a hole. I burned my stomach real bad. Taking something when I was in college without having eaten. Don't do it. Don't goof up. Don't lie down within an hour of taking ibuprofen. I can tell you the horror story myself. Also, Momochi, thank you for following. Oh, Alvacino, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to Rotation. I hope you enjoy your stay in the stream state. Hello, Wonderful Owl. Someone on the VOD for the Verse 1999 character design tier list. Was cool going over the characters through an artist's eye. I'm glad you enjoyed. That's why I couldn't finish my penicillin after wisdom tooth surgery. I could hardly eat. Yeah, no, it's tough. Like, you should not take stuff on an empty stomach. I think I'm the only person who watches EG in my state. Do not be outing where you live, fellas. Practice good internet safety. Do not tell me what state you live in. But my fish crackers are stale. My fish crackers are stale. My mouse isn't working and my fish crackers are stale and my tummy has ache and I have not taken my vitamins and I have not started the Vtuber design critiques. Everything is against me right now. I will eat my— this is like a full $10 carton, gallon carton of them too. This is evil. I cannot believe this. I can't believe you've done this. The worst betrayal I could ever have. Wolfyet, thank you for following. Guys, I live in America. That's fine. You can tell us, unless you live in like a small country. We're allowed to know. You can talk about where you're from as far as like country or continent goes, but be safe, okay? My not favorite is coffee on an empty stomach. So many people do that. It's not good. It is not good. Small favor, Squeege, can we name our vehicle after you? If you want to name your vehicle Squeegee, I won't stop you. You can call me the Eege. Much love from 3/57? I don't know what that is. I'm unsure as to what that means, but you can name your vehicle after me if you would like. I'm the Eege Mobile. The Squeegee Mobile. I live on Earth. That's a good place to live. I agree. I agree. Okay. So I have to focus first. Put a bunch of stale fish crackers in my stomach so that I can eat my vitamins. Step one, that, or I will forget again. Take your vitamins. Keys, more keys. Yeah, keys first for me to like do the thing and take care of myself. And then we're gonna keys and I'm gonna tell you what the rubric's about. And then we will look at designs. Finally. Listen, I'm permitted to be locked out today. I'm permitted. I think I permit it. I think it's allowed, actually, today. I was away for a week, and prior to being away for a week, we had nothing but strange, unusual, totally not normal streams. So, I gotta get back into the swing of things. What's your name on the main? What? Ah? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that is. I'm Googling those words. Huh? Yeah, I was right. Okay, so that's a tank. I don't know if I want to be associated with a tank.
My injury that you showed is so old that it is not even my 1.0 model. And I posted my 2.0 back in March. Now I'm on my 2.5 design in the art channel 2 days ago.
Ah, Noctis, bet. I will go find it when we get to you then. The most recent one I found of you was... spoilers, was this one in the submission form, but I will look for your newer one in the art channel from 2 days ago, because it's probably pretty easily searchable when we get to you. I don't know if I want to be on a tank. I'll be so for real with you. Say so. Pacifist. I don't know about that. Ask, would you feel comfy I drew you, the panda you, I guess, in a Toontown style? I want permission first. Yeah, go for it. You guys are allowed to draw me, like, not to say however you want. Don't draw me in non-say-so ways. Like, do not sexualize me, please. Also, do not draw me, like, incredibly gory, please. You can draw panda, EG. You can draw whatever you want. Yeah, just draw me in family-friendly ways, as long as it remains that way. Everything's you are more than permitted. Yeah, people have drawn me as a cat. Like, there's been a whole number of EG drawings. Be safe to teacher. Yes, yes. Just safe. Do you have a Discord server we can upload to? We do. Angel Joey hears that somebody talked about putting my name on a tank gun. That's wild. Michael's in. Thank you for following. All right. Fish cracker. Fish cracker. Fish cracker. Focus easy. Focus easy. Fish cracker. Okay. Vitamins? Okay, to finish chewing fish cracker first. Hang on. Alright, vitamin. Yes, I'm gummy vitamins because I am 10 years old at heart and refuse to take my vitamins if they're not enjoyable in some manner. And then, what we've all been waiting for, I'll tell you what the rubric is. I'm sure none of you are familiar with this concept of a rubric, so I will explain it to you, don't worry. Okay. There we go. So, here is our rubric, with which we use to grade Vtuber designs. I made this rubric because I am a teacher, and I like having concrete things to grade based on. We try and stay as objective as possible and try and minimize our biases as we are drawing, or as we are critiquing designs. So that is why this exists. There are 5 categories that you can score a maximum of 2 points in each of for a maximum unmodified score of 10 out of 10. Our categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity, clarity, focal points, concept, and motifs. Crewmates, how long has it been since you heard me say these words? It's been over a week. It's been almost, actually, it's probably been almost about 2 weeks, huh? Interesting, very interesting. 2, get full points for color palette. The palette should be cohesive, interesting, cohesive, all of those things. You will get no points if your palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, overwhelming color choices. If I'm slapping you with color layers, left and right, no points. Sakura Dove, thank you for following. Also, hoi. Pretty teacher to drop the rubric with the assignment. That's what I am. I am a teacher. I always drop the rubrics. I want you to know what you can aim for. It's not helpful for me to critique you if you don't know what the potential categories are. Let it be known, Squiiji has their name painted on the main gun of an M1 Abrams. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate it. That's crazy. Crazy? Huh? If you put that in the Discord, put it in. I don't even know where to put that. E.g. fan art? Question mark? I don't know. But I'm intrigued. Thank you. Thank you for the 1,000 bits also. There's a lot going on right now. I actually don't know what 1,000 bits is. I don't remember what the conversions are, but it's a number, and I appreciate you giving me a number and also putting my name on interesting things. Intriguing. Silhouette! Silhouette! 10 buckaroos. Yippee! 10 bucks! Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Silhouette. You get full points for silhouette. The silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable. I should be able to identify who you are based solely on your silhouette. Just that alone. And yes, that is like exactly enough for me to get fresh fishy crackers, so thank you. You have rescued me personally, thank you. For silhouette, you will receive no points if your silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, or you have ladder design, where if I draw a horizontal line everywhere that there's a major point of visual contrast in your design, and you wind up looking like a climbable ladder, no points. Complexity versus clarity to get full points. The model should be well balanced visually. As far as detail level goes, the detail should support the concept and focal points without being excessive. I should be able to turn you into a marketable plush without having to remove everything that makes you you. You will get no points if your model is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or if I can't plushify you. Focal points. The focal points should be well executed. The viewer should be drawn to look at the face primarily, then visually explore the rest of the design. You will get no points or focal points if the focal points are fully obscured due to low contrast, over detailing, or other things outcompeting it. The focal points, repeat after me, I say this every time, it is the face. It is the face, this is indisputable for Vtubers. I'm talking really fast because I'm trying to get through rubrics. We can do critiques because it's been an hour. The focal point is the face. Believe me. Trust me when I say this, it should be. That is how we form a connection with our viewers. Go back to the corner, EG. Indeed. It is not the assets. It is not other parts of the body. You can have other things that are visually important if they are related to lore or understanding of a character. But for a Vtuber design, you're gonna be in that upper, like, top half body only screen, like 90% of the time you're on there, unless you're me with my magical T-pose abilities. So do give an upper half focus and do make the face focal, pretty please. For concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. No, not the leg strap, not the upper thighs. No, yeah, chest can have interest. I'm not telling you you can't do that, but the face should still be the most focal part of you. My eyes are up here. Don't design your character in a manner that prevents people from making eye contact with you ever. For concept and motifs. The concept, if it is unclear, we will receive no points. If you are you, but blue, that's fine. That is a concept. But if you tell me that you're you but blue, but you were like green or something, that you failed. That's no points. Is that the best concept ever? No. But it is at least something. So, I will get us started. Yippee! Nope, that's not it. This is, oh, for those who are wondering, we were talking earlier very briefly about furry EG design. This is furry EG design, designed by Zany Feathers. Lovely shroomate artwork of me. I commissioned Zany for this one. Zany drew fan art of it first, and I was like, hey, can I have another one? I was like, hey, can I have another? Please. And there's also, if I move this up so you can see it, there's also a shroomate. Look, it's you! Look, it's you! A little panda! Shroomate! Let me put that back where it was. And, close this. Yeah, I don't need this open right now. Unless you're an 18 plus type of YouTuber and want people to pay attention to your vast tracts of land. It's a funny way of putting that, but yeah, I guess that is an option. But yeah, look, Pandy G, because people think that my little spots on my mushroom cap look kind of mushroomy. And they kind of do, don't they? So cute. Also, top knot, I feel like is a good thing to do, the onion sprout. I feel like is a good thing I've not seen much on like furry or anthro type designs. It's a good move. It's a good move. Also, I have gloopy eye sockets. They're very good. I love this art that Zany made of me. So, to get us started here, today, we are starting with artist Frida, she, her, they. I like the design, but I want to see what a seasoned artist / art teacher thinks about it. What works, what doesn't, because I'm a design student, but that might give me blind spots and hinder my improvement. Specialist outsider perspective is very appreciated. Understandable. I love specialist outsider input. This one is like right on the cusp of what I would consider to be non-human, but because we've got fully non-human hands and the head isn't just a mask, it appears. Like if you look down here at the mouth shapes, it feels like this is like just a very much part of the face. So I would consider this non-human. Also the fact that there's extra limbs that are skeletal, intriguing. So right off the bat, hands down, I can say that there's two things that are working out immediately, which is the focal point and the level of detail. So like we've got this chibi, I can tell it's you immediately. You've plushified yourself. You're so cute. The color layout is very interesting, where you're sort of creating this like purple triangle that ends up leading us around the design. But your hair, being the only thing that's green, makes your head so focal. I'm not looking away from your face. Good work. So I do look right to your head. Fantastically done. The green, just by sheer force of color contrast in a design that is mostly grayscale, brings us right in there. Also, the fact that one of the lightest colors in the design, the mask, and one of the darkest colors in the eyes are right next to each other, gives us some high contrast. Yeah, I don't know if it's a furry, if they're a furry lich. They didn't really specify what they are, but I am getting that they are, at least in some way, maybe like a necromancer? Or some sort of wolf demon-ish thing. I was guessing necromancer, but that might be because I'm rereading the Locktoon presently. It's such a good series. series. You should read that series. Technically awesome, very easy to add new elements to the model without needing to change the arms. Yeah, I enjoy this. I feel like this is very interesting, having extra arms. Because yeah, we don't have to have extra poses rigged for the arms down where they are. They can stay where they are and just do their whole thing. Just do their thing, stay where they are at the side. And for a 3D model, that would be very interesting. Because I don't know how that would work for tracking. But I feel like that's a neat angle for using your necromancy ability, potentially, to manipulate bones and use them as your arms to do things. Is just neat conceptually. It's fun. Colors, the fur and the hair are a third removed on the color wheel. Yeah, they're a triadic scheme, potentially. Bat, hyena, maybe that's just me. I was getting a little bit of hyena. I could see that, I could see that. Somebody also said skull dog. Maybe. Mayhaps. Maybe that is just skeletal motifs with dog furry. I will say my main thing that I want from this, though, is I want more exaggeration from the full body, like, what is this, like 6 or 7 heads tall version. Let me change the canvas size so I can do this. Because the chibi is so endearing because it's so exaggerated. I am always a sucker for exaggeration, and exaggeration just adds a little bit of flavor to designs, where a lot of the elements of the clothing aren't necessarily adding to the silhouette in a way that they maybe could be. But if we exaggerate them, sort of how the chibi has them, it'll be a little bit stronger. So like, I wish these paws were bigger. Give me big old paws. Because they're so cute and exaggerated on the chibi that it makes me yearn for what we could possibly have. Like, do you see that? Weight. It's adding weight to the silhouette where it's weighing down the bottom half of the silhouette. It's adding more exaggeration, which tends to make designs feel a little bit looser. Also, when we exaggerate a little more. And similarly, like, the cut of the shorts being a little bit flatter at the bottom and then having the fluff be even bigger and more exaggerated, I feel like the shape of that is doing something more interesting in that version than it is here. Where is my pen? There we go. So like, even if it's just making this a bit bigger so that it's adding to that outer leg silhouette more, I feel like that would be sort of just a nitpicky thing to add, mayhaps. Toe beans, they need to be toe cushions, toe mattresses. Yeah, we want to see how plush and squishy those hands probably are. And I hope the shoes have toe beans in the bottom of them. That is like one of those design tropes that I never get tired of. I love to see them. I'm getting cat. Oh, you're getting cat from this? The ear shape being so tall was what was making me think of a hyena, maybe, or a dog. I feel like cat ears are usually rendered a bit more rounded, maybe? But that is taking me, once I'm zooming in here, to another critique that I have, is that other than the tail positioning and the bangs, this design is not 100%. I would say this design is like 90% symmetrical, even down to the earrings being the exact same on both sides. And listen, I know, real people have mirrored earrings. Me, the EG, myself, I have the exact same earrings on both sides. But I have a bunch of just miscellaneous natural asymmetry in my hair, and I feel like this design needs a little bit more of that. The hair itself, thankfully, isn't fully asymmetrical, although it's close. Just this one thing in the forehead that's there. Yeah. Gotta bounce, Squiiji, but we here at the ASU Anime appreciate your time. Of course. Thank you. Thank you for all the bits. I appreciate it. Also, thank you for following. I'm intrigued to see that. I'm amused to know that I have fans in particular places. But thank you. Yeah, sure, mates. Can we rotate for all the bits that have been donated? It's been very kind of them. Oh, let me send a bunch of numbers accidentally. That's not what I wanted. Hello? Beep, 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 beep. Beep. Rotation. Kitty meow meow cat, thank you for following also. Maybe they're a fox, a little more of a horizontal lower paw pad. Maybe they don't have the sort of like tail color transition that I tend to associate with a fox, but maybe not. I think we're getting canine of some sort, and that might be in the right direction. Yeah, the tail is really big and fluffy. I feel like dog is the inspiration here, mayhaps. Cat, because the lynx would put the ears just a bit more to the side. Ah, okay. So is this feeling like lynx here as well then? With them being wider then? I feel like that's also influencing it, perhaps. Or more like graveyard dog. Interesting. Intriguing, even. So, for the hair, would just like, do you see how this is a perfect mirror left to right of the hair? I feel like this is something that is not being benefited by being perfectly mirrored like that. Even if it's just some of these sit longer and lower on this side, or we decide, okay, we're gonna make the hair feel a little bit heavier and chunkier on one side of the body or something. That adds a lot of character, having some sort of weight. I love Jessie from Pokemon. Her design is so visually unbalanced, but it's so good because she's so chaotic that it makes sense for her as a character. And this character already has like really like nice spiky hair. So even if it was like this side of the head is like closer trimmed and not as exaggerated, that might be good and interesting. And then if this side of the head then by comparison is a little spikier, like almost like the Soul Eater style of haircut as well, where they have hair leaning entirely to one side or the other, which is good for silhouette as well from a distance. Lynx would have the tufts. Oh, you're right, there's no tufts at the top. My other question is, what are these things? Are they horns? Potentially? Jackal's a good shout. Jackal could be interesting. Yeah, Jessie has really good exaggerated, silly, swoopy hair, and it's so big and asymmetrical. It adds so much interest to her character. She doesn't need to have asymmetrical clothing because her hair pulls all of that weight for her and gives us her silhouette immediately. That being the ghost of a typically black dog who guards a graveyard. Yeah, what is the word for that? There's a name for that dog. It's not just graveyard dog, but I can't think of what it is off the top of my head. Yeah, the Grim. Yes, I think it is a Grim, isn't it? That could be maybe what it is. Tomboy or Sidetail Sleigh. Also, yeah, Grims. Yes. Anubis is a jackal and the god of death. That could also be a potential. What do we think these are? Are these horns? Because I feel like they're coming from behind the head. And when I look here, it's not clarified much further for me. Maybe they are horns. And maybe it's just the way that it's drawn where I feel like they might need to be like layer-wise in front of these pieces of hair. So that because of the overlap, I can tell they're coming out of inside the head. Because right now they're a little bit visually confusing to me. Maybe they need even more overlap than that for me to understand that they are coming from inside the head. Middle of the head on the chibi. Yeah, with the depth, it feels like they are coming out of the center, because here I can at least see that there's something behind it. So it may be the angle that it's drawn at that was confusing me a little bit. And the way that they taper is very interesting too. I feel like I don't see this sort of like tapering in shape on horns. That also makes me wonder if a good opportunity for some of that sort of natural asymmetry might be having horns that, you know, maybe just slightly more chaotic in some manner, where if they're not exactly the same as each other, have a little bit more variation to their shape, that might be visually engaging in some manner. In a way that'd be good. I'm just trying to find little places where we can increase asymmetry in a sort of natural feeling manner where it doesn't feel like we're just sort of tacking it on after the fact, potentially. Belt buckle also has horns. Ah, yeah, the belt buckle does. I'm also noticing a star motif as well that isn't really repeating throughout the design. There's star earrings that are being worn, and then some of the spikes do almost feel like they're forming a star, which makes me wonder if maybe this should form a star, or at least 2 points. You had, like... Hang on, do I have a drawing implement in my hand right now? I don't. We did that to this belt buckle. Now the star is a visual motif for sure. Fangs could make a star. Yeah, well, yeah, these are already kind of making a star, and I was gonna keep that as like the bottom point of it. Flop one of the ears. You can always flop one of the ears. I also like the thing people do for dog types of designs where they take a little chunk out of the ear. Because I feel like that's something that we're more commonly going to associate, like the more circular chunk missing, maybe with like a bat or something, but tears in ears can be an interesting way to have some just subtle asymmetry happening. Having like not perfectly symmetrical earrings, where, you know, people, when they do designs for themselves as real human beings, if they have multiple earrings, they'll wear ones that sort of mismatch because it adds character. Yeah, their belt is their mini head. Honestly, if the belt's mini head, I could probably put these 2 points that I just drew lower, and then that's sort of representing their hair, even. I feel like that instead. Maybe that would be better. Break the horn off on that side, add asymmetry and story. You can. I feel like I see that a lot done. I feel like that's a very common thing to see in VTuber design, is having one horn broken. And if there's a low reason for it, that could be interesting. But that might be one of those things where we see it so often that it might feel a little bit cliche to do it. Wait, I forgot 2 things. In all of my yap, we forgot things. We forgot 2 things. Not just one thing, we forgot 2 things. I need to do bingo. Bingo. Bingo was his name. B-I-N-G-O, 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 and bingo was their name. So, we have updated bingo. We don't have crit bingo as a thing anymore. It's just bingo. Because it was confusing. So it was just bingo. We just have regular bingo now. There's only one bingo. The bingos have been combined into one crazier, more in-depth bingo. I also added, I think, 15 new possible things that could be on the bingo card too, I believe, which I guess does make getting a bingo maybe harder or easier, unclear. So, bingo. Bingo exists. I actually did that before I left 2 weeks ago. And then also, Gamba! Gamba! Wow! Hello? Oh yeah, I can set up a prediction. We can predict how many... Oh no, it got through got rid of my usual Gamba. How many designs will EG get through? Question mark. Our options will be 4, 5, 6, 7, and the golden, rarely ever achieved, 8. The dreamed of 8 models in one stream. There we go. Make your predictions, put them in now. I don't actually know how long I just gave you to do it, so do it quick maybe. And then also YouTube I can give you as well as a poll. How many? Whoop. 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. So we'll see. 30 minutes? Okay, good. That's what it should be. It should be 30 minutes. Usually I give you 30 minutes to guess. There we go. Okay. Now everything is figured out. Put your numbers in the predictions. I see you guys guessing numbers. 6 is always a safe guess. It's like right in the middle. We're on number 1 right now, but we still have 2.5 hours. It's not a lot. That's not as many hours as I usually have for things. So, for this design, we were looking for more subtle asymmetry. But overall, the shapes are pretty good. Let's start grading, because I feel like I can start grading this one already. Normal, multiply. And my green. Color palette. Palette is interesting, it is cohesive, it is well executed, works well. Focal points. I am looking right to the face, no issue there. I'm gonna be a little nitpicky. Oh, I don't have a ladder. And I also did get my own bingo. Hang on, I'm actually failing. EG, join your own bingo game, step 1. There we go, very good. Oh, I can't click and drag still. Oh, please move my tab successfully. There we go, got it, okay. Okay, bingo is here. There we go. Ladder is what I'd forgotten. Can't forget ladder, or you will get bingo faster. I can't permit that. The ladder test is done to ensure there's an interesting division of space in a character's design. Replacing a horizontal line anywhere there's major point of contrast, whether by shape or by value or by hue, mayhaps. Whoops, hang on. That up there. I feel like the eyebrows might get their own line here too. I do appreciate from this design that the eyebrows are visible through the hair. That is like my #1 needed Squiiji update is, God, I know you can see my eyebrows, but I wish they were visible through my hair. That's my #1 Squiiji needed hair update. I love that as a VTuber design thing because it makes you so much more expressive. We don't have a lot of tools to connect with our audience via, because unfortunately we will always be somewhat limited, at least by the medium of VTubing, about how expressive we can be. But it's so cartoony, and so much of expressions a lot of the time are in the eyebrows, and I became a big eyebrows talker during the COVID, during the 2020 nightmare of no mouth. Squiiji, is this Twitch safe? It is. I would say so. I would say all the parts of the body that are necessary to be covered for Twitch are covered. I would say so. We can go over that very quickly, but as far as a ladder goes, no asymmetry. If I turn off the things I had done, here's the ladder. No asymmetry, however, climbable or not? You tell me. You throw ladders at me. I saw Rex throw a ladder at me. You would say so. Is there a parody cover of why don't you say so? But like with SEISO. Ow, my computer is crashing with quantity of ladder right now for some reason. Everything's lagging. Ouch. Oof, ouchie. Yeah, I would agree. Oh, Jesus. Okay, yep. I would agree. I would agree dangerous. I do enjoy that there is clustering up by the top, less detail on the bottom. Very good. I think I want more asymmetry, but that's kind of it. I think that the parody song is not Say So. I think Nanners made it. Ah, if Nanners made it, it's not gonna be Say So. I'm going to guess. Educated guess will not be. Didn't know if the outcuts near the hips. I don't think, these aren't cutouts. These are just like fluff. The under boob is covered. And the whole pelvis is covered, so this should pass TOS without any issue. The person's not seeing the design right now. I did hide it just a little bit. Getting some asymmetry with chunky armbands that goes to the theme of the necklace. Mayhaps, that could be interesting. If there was maybe one of these sorts of things on one of the arms, that could be interesting. I'm just going to steal this and copy and paste it. Work smarter, not harder. This on the inside. Yep. That's what I'm talking about. There's no object to transform. Liar. The object is right there. Nice try. Like, yeah, you could have like a big ring of some sort hanging around one of them and we can repeat that motif. I did learn something potentially horrifying and not say so. And I have an apology to make related to it, which is not really an apology. I didn't really do anything wrong, per se. But it's that I learned something I cannot remove from my knowledge. And it's something I've suggested on VTuber designs, and none of you told me. Usually you guys tell me when I make suggestions of things or we edit things and they feel mildly inappropriate in some manner. One of these rings, when it is braced on this part of the body, has a meaning. It is a thing. It's a thing that exists, and I didn't know that. It is in reference to something and a particular kind of community and a particular kind of action. And I had to be stopped by Jubby in a private consultation to alert me as to what the thing I had illustrated for a person to put in that part of the body was. And I'm not going to say the words because it's inappropriate. That was more like a necklace. This is not. This is different. This is a necklace. This is fine. But when it is like, I don't even want to draw it. I'm not gonna explain it. You figure out on your own time, sure mates, what that means. But I did learn what it is through a post about K-pop fashion using things from certain like fashion subcultures. One that is just a subculture that starts with letters. We're all pure and innocent, and I didn't know. And Joby came in the room and was like, why have you drawn a... You notice a necklace only. Yeah, this is fine. This is referencing a collar, so this is okay. This is fine, probably. Implication on the cuff too, it's just very normalized in fashion. Yeah, I'm sure there's an implication. I mean, you're wearing a collar. There's gonna be some sort of implication in that manner probably anyways. But I do see people going, oh. I know it's very normalized in fashion, but I just feel like an idiot for not knowing what it meant or what it was in relation to. Collar on an anthro already kind of sus. It's not that sus, but maybe just a little. A collar on a real person feels a little bit more sus than it does, especially in a Vtuber design, because it's so much more normalized in the subculture that is Vtubing. But yeah, that's that on that. We're not gonna harp on that for too long, but I did learn to my great terror that I had suggested that on someone's design, and Joby was like, hey, that's like maybe mildly inappropriate for what they were intending. And I was like, huh? What do you mean by that? It's like there's a specific Ken doll that also has something of that nature on him, and similar, not the same thing, but there's a Ken doll that has one. Don't go telling people about it. But I've been enlightened. Yeah. Yeah. Now I get what you mean. Yeah, perfect happy now. Yes. Similar but not the same. Curious. Yes. First, EG, consider adding ripped fabric on the legs. Yes, I will consider. There were like pulls in the tights that were asymmetrical. That might be kind of nice and also kind of interesting. This is my shorthand for that being what's going on. We did do the ladder. But yeah, just a little more asymmetry here might be nice. Something, honestly, that's maybe even be more subtle than that. I don't know. Best-selling Ken doll, even though the makers very quickly pulled it from the store shelves. For potentially good reason. That is a children's toy. But yeah, so there's nothing wrong with that kind of fashion or like pulling inspiration from those subgenres. It's just do it knowing what the context is and the connotation of that maybe. Don't make suggestions without understanding what you're referencing and doing that. Be educated about what you are speaking on. I have always admitted I am not the most fashion-forward fungi, which is why that went right over my head. But also, I am chronically asexual sometimes. I will look at a thing and it will very clearly be something, and I will be like, no, could it be? No. No. Also, hello, showmates who are greeting each other. Yeah, earring magic is an insane moment in history. We're not gonna worry about it though. So, Frida, this is very nitpicky of me, more asymmetry. You're so close. More asymmetry, please. But your level of complexity, I think, is fine. As far as your concept goes, you didn't tell me what it is. And you don't have a ton of repeating motifs, but I am at least getting, you know, skeletal, maybe necromancy, dog of some sort. But I feel like we can maybe leverage them just a little more. Yeah. And then you were also on the thumbnail, because I thought your design was cute. Very pared down. I appreciate that for a VTuber design, this is not overstated, it's not over detailed. It has the minimum necessary detail for us to understand who you are as a character, and I think that there is always an inherent strength to that. Conciseness. It's not simplicity, it's conciseness. Art teachers hate when people use the word simple a lot of the time. I don't care. But conciseness, I think, is a better word for it. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5, 9.5 out of 10? That's a pretty good start. Let me use this color. Yippee! T-pose is on you. We can rotate, I guess, but can we get a round of applause for Frida, please? While I stand here menacing at you. Hi, how are you? You like my outfit? I kept being like, maybe we'll have a summertime EG. I have an outfit design for a summertime EG. I would just have to model a summertime EG outfit. Summertime EG would have the same exact hair and everything else, just slightly different outfit. Wouldn't be a big deal, but maybe we will have summertime EG, unclear. But I do have the outfit design for it. I just have other things I have to do first. Super JJ59, thank you for following, I appreciate it. Hairless dog decided to watch a stream with me. Hello! Hi, pets! Showmates, if your pets are watching, tell them I say hi. Or I guess I can tell them I say hi. Hi. Hi to any non-humans that are watching me. Look, it's your brethren. They're on the screen. And we are critiquing them. It's going well. a sunflower dress. Funny you say that. There were sunflowers on part of the initial inspiration for it. Like the real life clothing that was inspiring it, but there's not sunflowers on mine. And I also, you won't catch me dead in a dress. Crazy. I would never. Summertime could have a beach umbrella as hair. Oh my god, that'd be so goofy. Wait. What if Squiiji umbrella? Squiiji umbrella merchandise? Wait. Wish I had the means to do cool things. Wouldn't that be crazy? An umbrella that is my hair? Yeah, no, without the holes. And I wouldn't have probably wouldn't have my top knot. Although maybe you could put the top knot on top. Hang on, I gotta write that down. Where are my post-it notes? I have so many unobtainable ideas for things I want as merch. Man, I need a manager to help me create the weird merch things that I want. Squiiji. Hair. Umbrella. Like my onion sprout could be like perched on the top of it. You could have gloop things dangling down around the edge of it. And like on the seam lines, you could stick little like spikes that are my other little pieces of hair, and like the little holes could be printed on, and like maybe it's white on the outside and dark on the inside. Crazy. Yeah, could have the top off as a parasol. It'd be so cool. Dang it. I wish I had means. There's so many weird merch things I want. At least one of those umbrellas to turn into a casa obake. I don't know what that is, but my weird merch things that I want list grows longer. I want Squiiji slime. I want Squiiji hot chalky. I want Squiiji umbrella now. We got magnets, which was good. That was on my list of what I wanted. I was offered a candle partnership by a candle company that went and threw themselves into the sun. So that's not happening. So I don't know, but what are the other weird things? Yeah, Squiiji scissors that look like your earrings. My earrings are supposed to occur, but they're on indefinite hiatus right now, unfortunately, and they continue to be, and I continue to cry about that. We're not gonna get into that one. I think the handle could be shaped like your earring. Oh my god, the handle could be! Oh! E.g. cotton doll? Maybe. What would E.g. scented candles be? Smells like woods. Wish like me Squiiji Nendroid. Oh, that's not weird. That's not weird! Squiiji Nendroid would be crazy. I think, give me 10 years. Let me be a VTuber for 10 years, and then maybe if the shroommates work real hard to get my name out there, tell people about the shroom, make people join the shroom state, maybe. We'll see. Unclear. Kasabaki are yokai that resemble old umbrellas. They're those living umbrellas with big eye and long Oh, I know those ones! I didn't know what that was called. Get this going. You could. Squiiji perfume, Inca cords, moss, cedarwoods, cheesy finger from Fish Cracker! What if I had... What if my perfume was cheddar scented? That's perfect for Nendroid. Thank you. I did design myself with 3D modeling in mind. Associate E.g. with smell of vanilla. Maybe it's because I'm very light and dark colored. That'd be so funny. We're like, I'm gonna write that down. Hang the on. Squiiji perfume. Spells my name wrong. That's good. Cool. Okay. Cheese and fungus go together. Yes. Okay, but I don't think anyone would want to smell like mushroom and cheddar as like a perfume. That would be so goofy. Petrichor would be lovely. Yeah, like things like that would be good. Yeah, like woods and vanilla maybe might be nice. I need to find a candle company that has not hurtled themselves into the sun. Maybe for that to be real. We'll work on it. But let's keep schmoovin'. Let's keep schmoovin'. We have Loopsy VT, he, they. I don't have lore yet, but I am a very sleepy person IRL, so I thought a star would be fitting. I chose a set of colors that I thought would work well, and overall I'm happy with my design. I'll take any and all critique, thank you. I would agree, the colors are very pleasing here. I enjoy the colors quite a bit visually. How do shroommates find each other in the wild? The smell of fungus and cheddar. Yeah, it's like finding people from Tumblr out in the wild where you compliment their shoelaces. Shroommates, when you meet people, tell them you like their cheddar perfume. That's the shroomate signal. That's our shroomate signal. Is that how that went? Is it that we like the president's shoelaces? Was that what it was? I can't remember. But that'll be our way to find each other. At Otakon, that's how we'll find each other. Face drew me right in? Yeah, the face drew me right in because it's such a big, flat shape. There's so much detail in the rest of the design and asymmetry that the face being completely symmetrical and big and a flat plane of color and yellow in the greatest quantity that yellow appears in, good, very focal. Oh, yeah, wait, you're right. I like your shoelaces, thanks, I stole them from the president. You're right, I couldn't remember that fully properly. Yeah, thanks, I stole it from the inky cap. Yeah, that's our call and response. Hey, I like your cheddar perfume, thanks, I stole it from the, I stole it from the Squiiji. Bloop those Jordans, yeah. You know how Hoyo named a rose species after their character Argenti? Cultivate a brand new mushroom and name it Squiiji. We could, I'm sure there's unnamed mushrooms out there somewhere. How do I get put on a list so I can name something? I should work on that maybe. That'd be interesting. Permanent Squiiji mushroom. Intriguing. This would be an interesting 3D model. The head, I am intrigued to know how it would work in 3-dimensional space because right now, based on these lines, I'm fearing that it's planar and the face would have to float in front of it. This might be one of those things that works better in 2D than 3D, but I'm sure it could be made to work. Silhouette, pretty nice. They gave me the silhouette right here. I'm gonna say you're pretty dang stand out from Star and Wings. How do I put on a list? No, not that kind of list. Wait. Don't put me on those kinds of lists. I want to be on the list that lets me name species of mushrooms. Just that one. Only that list. Just that one, please. Imagine them in 3D to be like Kirby's Star. Maybe. EG brand nail polish. I don't know what that would be. An EG nail polish? Would you want my nail polish? My nail polish is like... I don't know. My nail polish just says... It's just black with red tips if you want to do EG nail polish. Maybe I'll do EG nail polish for Otakon. Unclear. Go back! No lists. No. Circus music sounding no. But silhouette Dees is pretty much completely symmetrical in the silhouette. We've got one charm on this side, and the sleeve, although it is asymmetrical, isn't sitting asymmetrically. I feel like this is one of those cases where, oh my god, my freaking mouse doesn't work. Oh, I'm losing it. I feel like this would be a case where I feel like it would be very cute to have this sleeve, since it is lower on the arm, have it just sit like it's fully slouching off the hand here. Because if it is sitting lower, it shouldn't be completely symmetrical anyway. Let me close this shape. Oh, and I guess I can ignore where the hand actually ends. Whoop, hang on. I'm having slight drawing challenge here. I got this. Yeah, karaoke stream worthy. Yeah, don't worry. Your next EG, not in any way serious karaoke stream has been planned. I have a set list for it. It's not gonna happen anytime soon because it takes a lot of setup, but it has been planned and it may occur. Not may, it'll occur. Just not necessarily soon. There we go, put this back on it. Whip. And I'll put the star back on it too and put the other thing under it, but yeah. Maybe a leg tattoo come off the skin would be fun to break up silhouette. You are just like one step ahead of me there. That is in my potential thoughts here because there's a nice cosmos thing happening in this design that I feel would complement nicely with making some of that sort of celestial patterning a little bit free-flowing off the body. Let me just recreate this though real quick. There was a moon here, and then this gold goes underneath. So then now this will feel even sleepier because we've got some sort of relaxed and slouchy clothing going on. I do appreciate the big exaggerated shapes though. I am always a lover of big shoe. This has big shoe. I can't zoom out. Mouse. Mouse. It's called Leo Squiiji. Doodling up a concept fragrance for EG. Oh my god, I'm intrigued. I'm interested. I want to do character designs based on perfume bottles. But I guess I'd be doing the inverse. My perfume bottle could have my top knot as the top stopper on it. Perfume bottles are designed so interestingly. Wanna play Dead Rails on Roblox? I don't know that game. I'm not familiar with that one. Also, I forgot to do bingo. What was going on here on Frida? Do I have anything to do? Sheer fabric, yep. Didn't make the shoes bigger, didn't change the eye color. Dark sclera for sure. Hair color is unnatural. Sleeves are big. No shoes. Well, no, there are shoes. Kind of a natural skin color. It is kind of purple. Okay, good. And then this one is big shoe. Oh, I don't have that as an option. Okay, that's fine. Bottle shaped like earrings with onion lid? It could be. That would be interesting. Ride on a train and kill zombies together. I'm not good at kill things game. I can try. Oh, have I been raided? Oh, hoot hoot. I still haven't found a good shroomy greeting. Every time I see Vil, I think of the fact where I'm like, I need to think of a better shroom greeting, but hello. Can we rotate for the plumies, please? Hi, I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, art educator. Also sometimes an eldritch nightmare. Currently, also somewhat a panda, maybe, slightly, if you saw the thumbnail. But, welcome in! We're doing Vtuber design critiques for non-human fellas. Yeah, rotate at the raiders. I like that you're just saying the words rotates at raiders. That also does work too. What were you guys up to? How was your stream? What'd you guys do? I'm intrigued. I did, by a miracle, finish my design for Vil's Maybe OC challenge, which I'm going to watch the VOD of tonight, probably. I couldn't watch it yesterday because we were still not doing reception. I just got back from vacation. Oh, every time you say panda, I get confused. I am not saying your name. Do not worry, I'm not calling upon you. Getting to know my house appliances and date everything? Huh? What do you mean? Getting to know your appliances? Is that game that's like that old ProZD Vine where there's like, it's like a rom-com with his lamp? Is that what it is? Really fun dating game with over 100 voiced characters? Dang! That's a lot of voiced characters. What the heck? It pretty much is, yes. That's such a silly concept. I love that. That's so goofy. Like, if you guys had fun, what is your current, who's your current best girl or boy or whoever? Who's the best game? Oh, he's in it too? Thank God. I'm glad ProZD's in that one. That would feel unkind. Yeah, he's in it. Thank goodness. The blanket boy. Is he the blanket boy, or are you saying blanket boy is best character right now? Is that the one who we are feeling attached to, maybe? Design critique of the game would be awesome. They're so fun and campy. Maybe I can slide that into my list, maybe. Also had Matt Mercer. Nice. Very good. Fuzzy Blanket is best boy. Oh, okay. All right. I'll have to snoop and see. Snoop and see what my thoughts are. I feel like that's the perfect kind of game for me because any kind of like dating simulator game may as well be date your appliances for me. I am rated A for asexuality, and you know, I'm sure they'll make that work out in some manner with an appliance. I'm sure there's a way that does work. But like any and all dating game could very well be a dating appliances game for me. It would have the same interest in that I am putting myself out of my body to try and figure out what people are thinking about. You can even end every root in lover, friendship, or enemy. Oh, intriguing. I mean, I can still have a lover. I don't know how Jubby would feel about me having a lover who is an appliance. I'd have to discuss that with Jubby first. Which would be quite silly. Off Critical Role, isn't it? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I don't know if Jubby would be, I don't know how Jubby would feel about me dating appliances, but they probably think it's silly, but that sounds like a silly game at least. That sounds like fun. How do you date a household appliance? Figure out if you apply yourself to it? Oh, I'm sure. Apply yourself to it, yes. Kiss the door. We sound like we're talking about reverse 1999 already. Apple, a night, door. Like, those characters are characters that are shipped together. The characters are all, wait. They're, I don't know how to say that word. Gijinkas? I never feel like I'm saying that word correctly. That makes a lot more sense of it. I thought it was legitimately, it just gives you a broom and you're dating it. That would make a little more sense. I would love to look at the character designs from that then, if they're Gijinkas from, like, of real appliances, because I love doing that. I've drawn so many Gijinkas of lamps and perfume bottles. That's so clever. I'm intrigued. I'll have to write that down. Color me interested. Is that on Robbie Damon? Oh my god, they're all in it, aren't they, huh? But I hope you guys had fun. If you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or smirking memeing or taking your medications, please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you're welcome to do so. We are critiquing the design of Loopsy VT. Lovely Starfellow. We're doing anthro slash furry slash object head slash just generally not human design critiques today. We're on the second one. I'm not locked in, but it's because I was gone for a week and I'm also having hot they them tummy issues, but it is okay. Why is LMAO censored by the not safe for work filter? Do you know what the second word is that LMAO or third word that LMAO stands for? I say Lamau all the time. That's like the least say-so thing I do for some reason. What was I writing down? Date everything. That's what I was writing down. I have so many game recommendations and someday I'll touch them. Unclear. Eventually I will. There's one EG you want people to look at. Heartbroken? Why? Is it not say so? What do you mean? Huh? Have a look later. I sent you wallpapers from the characters. Thank you, Vil. I will snoop into it. I'm intrigued to see. Laughing my donkey off? Yeah. Yeah. That is why it is censored. That is why that is. It's very not safe for work themed. Oh, I see. Intriguing. We'll just not look at that one then. We've dodged some inappropriate characters in other games before, so don't worry. I can dodge it for us. Don't worry. Take care. Of course, you too, Vil. Thank you for stopping by. Don't worry, I'll look after the plumies quite well. The shrewmates don't bite, although, yeah, plumies aren't made of, well, actually. Plumies aren't made of rock, so you should be safe. The shrewmates crave cement. You do have gems, but you're not cement, so you might be safe, actually. Unclear. Anyways, focus. What was I doing? Oh, we were adding to silhouette. We were going to extend these interesting skin marks off the edge of the body. They feel real nice and wispy. Ooh. Not all of them. Some of them can like wrap around. But this might be a nice way to just add some like subtle asymmetry to the design. I like the gradient that they have going on, which is part of why I'm adding more to it. And like, you know, even this like cooler blue can come up like over this maybe, but then that feels very nice and non-human-esque.
Cement, gems, it's all minerals. Yum yum.
Gary, don't eat the plumies. Don't eat the plumies. Owls are friends, not food. Do not eat their gemstones. That's not for you, for consumption. But like, look how neat that is. It's just a subtle little taste, a little flavor of something, making it stick off the body. And then I would probably do the same up here as well. Oh, hi, Spacey. How are you, Spacey? Not eat or harm is what? Anom? Interesting. Looking in the game and characters before diving into on a stream. I don't really play games on stream, so you don't have to worry about that. Most games, actually, that would be a lie also if I were to say that. I don't really play much in the way of video game these days. I have had so much of things to do that I have not wound up playing very many games recently. But I do play games as incentives and rewards for things from time to time. And if I really like something, I may check it out for stream. But yeah, I wouldn't just dive into a game that I don't know very much about on stream. I tend to do my research first, at least. I was about to say Little Nightmare stream is right there. It existed. I think I've played a game on stream like 9 times. I think the last game I played on stream was Roblox. Like back in March, maybe. I think it was Roblox. I'm doing good, thank you. Hope you are too. Thank Thank you. I'm doing swell. I'm having hot day them tummy issue. But I'm doing swell otherwise. I'm holding it together. I'm doing my very best. But to say, did you delete it? No, I didn't delete it. Little Nightmare stream should still exist as long as YouTube hasn't done some unspeakable evil to it. I might even like just extend other elements of this clothing off the body. This pink colored background, while cute and sort of thematic, is making it sort of hard to see some things. But you already seem like you have like a bodysuit type of thing happening right now, which is, you know, always gonna feel a little bit Evangelion-esque maybe, or cyclist or athletic in maybe some manner, which is making me wish that some of these objects were influencing your silhouette a little bit. Where like, you've got these zippers on the sides. Why couldn't we have positioned this just like slightly over so that this star on the side of it is sticking off the edge of the silhouette? Like that. We can maximize things that are touching the edge, which I guess if this model were to become 3D is not going to be as big of an issue, but like, if I'm not fixing that gradient, it's going to be okay. But that adds a little bit more to the silhouette than it had added before. It creates almost just a little bit of a tangent, but push things to the edges. Your tummy feels better, thank you. Super hot outside here, keeping cool with the new AC, hell yeah. I will say it was abysmally hot when I was on vacation last week. That was not fun at all. It was so unbearably hot. We were in Busch Gardens and you like couldn't breathe. I was like minorly nervous about heat stroke while we were there. Also, I'm making this bigger. You can go ahead and check off on your bingo, e.g. scales of an accessory. I couldn't even tell what that was from a distance. Also, funny little Saturn thing. I love the trope in Vtuber designs where they're like, all right, floating Saturn ring around something. This thigh belt could be like fully floating around the leg. I know it's tethered right now, but like, what if this was like shaped like this and we could see the inside of it and it was more like a Saturn ring going around the leg? Wouldn't that maybe be neat? Like, oh, layers, layer order. Yeah, there we go. Like this, maybe? I gotta figure out how to, hang on. I've sampled the wrong color. Hang on, wait, I've got this. I know how to do this, yeah. Saturn ring, make things nice and floaty, maybe. Oh, Edward! Yippee, 3 months! At a family gathering, had to stop in and say, welcome back to our favorite shroom. Thank you, I'm happy to be back. Welcome back to you too, welcome back to the shroom state. I hope you enjoy your stay and your rotation. Enjoy your family gathering also. Very hot here as well. Yeah, hydrate, monitor medication, it makes you overheat quicker. Be careful if you have taken things like ibuprofen to make you more prone to bruising and bleeding. I have learned these things. It makes your blood not as clot-y, so you will bruise worse. And when it's hot outside, that also makes swelling of things worse. So try not to injure yourselves, please. Be safe, be careful, intake liquids, stay out of the sun if you can, put that sunblock on. Put it on, I don't care if it's cloudy out. Put it on. Same problem in Italy where it's not the temperature the problem, but the humidity. That did not help, I will say that. The humidity was definitely not helping, but it wasn't that bad. When I lived in the frozen tundra of the north, the humidity up there was really, really oppressive in the summer because despite me calling it the frozen tundra, first week of classes would often be like over 100 degrees. I can remember one of the student fairs that we had the first week, like the club fair, it was 102 out for that and humid. Awful, choking on the air and feeling like drowning. Apparently 97 here feels like 109. Good golly. What is the temperature here? I'm gonna pause myself so I can check. Yeah, it is 96 here. And what is the real feel? Let's see. Real feel is, yeah, 102. I have not been outside today because I have Eug's stummy. So I have not left the house yet. And it seems like I'm missing nothing. Body sunburns are the worst? Yeah, no. Put your sunblock on, even if it is not sunny out. Protect yourself. So, just little bits of things that we are adding to the asymmetry. I should put this back on here. Little things adding to asymmetry, exaggerating a little more. As far as concept goes, we're definitely getting sort of the astral, tech-inspired fashion vibes from it. I love the object head-themed VTubers. There's something that always works so well for them as far as silhouette goes. And sometimes I know that they can feel maybe a little bit gimmicky, and I will warn you that as a VTuber, you may have trouble finding artists if you have something non-traditional like this, but they can be so neat and so easily recognizable that I would say it is worth the... It's worth the risk of that. Like, I get rejected for commissions constantly. For every skeb that I request, for every 10 skebs that I request, I get declined for 9 of them, if not more, which is a little bit of tear runs down face, but that's okay. This head could be easy to rig. Head would be easy to rig, but the thing I'm saying is that a lot of artists, when they are drawing things, they want things that they can put in their portfolio and they want to use it for their portfolio. And a lot of anime-styled artists really pride themselves on the way they draw eyes and on hair. And so if you have a fully non-human head, some artists may reject you because it's not going to be portfolio building for them to do that, which sucks, and I wish they didn't do that. I wish not everything was regarding portfolio, but it is worth finding the artists who will draw those things, because they tend to be, you know, artists who have broader skill sets, who are a little more open-minded to variety in designs, tend to be more interesting to work with anyways. It'd be a little more fun. So it's worth it to do, but I know that is something that does sit in the back of people's heads also when they are having designs made. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll find artists. There are people out there. And even me, I have a hard time finding artists. Everyone has a hard time sometimes. Yeah. The loss of those artists avoiding showing that they have range. I know, that's what I'm saying. They're lost if they won't draw you. Don't let that be the thing that prevents you from going down a specific route with your design. Yeah. So, more asymmetry. I think I'm getting all the design motifs they're going for. I do get the little bit of like sleepiness, but I think that's mostly the expression. The slouchy cardigan does help. This feels kind of athleisure adjacent to me, which is quite interesting. Which is quite interesting. So, the thing that I'm thinking about as I'm viewing this, can I start the rubric? Let's find out. Too symmetrical in the silhouette for me, but there are big asymmetry moments on the body that just weren't adding to it, so I'm not going to take full points off for that. The color palette is very appealing to me. The head is very focal because of its shape. I don't think we talked about that for very long. The shapes for most of this design are very round and circular and friend-shaped, and while the star itself is also very round, big sharp points, and then the sharp points on the wings are drawing us to look at this upper part of the body too, because everything else is so much more rounded. The contrast in shape language up here is also something that is emphasizing the head, which is good. Complexity versus clarity. I think that we are just losing, whoops, hang on, maybe a little bit of the detail on the legs. I'm losing the clarity of it just a little bit, but it's not bad, honestly. Yeah, I know it's sleepy looking, but also stellar, but yes, it is also stellar, yes. Someone draw a single gender. That is a trouble. That is my biggest gripe with also VTuber agencies. A lot of them will be like, only girls apply. Very few of them, only boys apply. What about me? What about me, the humble non-binary? But I'm like, that is so frustrating to me that is the barrier of joining some companies is gender-based. But then also, yes, artists who will only draw one or the other. I understand people having preferences for things. Don't get me wrong. I've also had preferences when it comes to drawing certain things. I like drawing less complicated styles or less complicated designs. But you should learn to do a variety of things. It makes all of your things stronger for having done it. Ooh, complexity versus clarity. I don't really have any clarity issues, and for concept and motifs, keep going to the wrong one. Whoopsie. Concept and motifs. I'm seeing the stellar angle. I'm seeing sleepiness from the slouchy cardigan and the eyes being shut. The wings are interesting. I feel like I don't fully understand maybe what all the parts of the concept are, but I'm seeing visually at least a cohesive design. So if there's something I'm missing, that may be an ish, but I think that would be what I would grade. Sometimes, as I said, less is more. this design is not overly intense, it's not overly complicated, and I think that is also working to its benefit. That is something that either works really well for furry and anthro designs, or it isn't. By the way, the star SSO isn't great. Oh no, is it not? I guess Loopsy may not be that specific of a name. NSFW cosplayer took top results. Ooh, I mean, how do you know they're not the same person? Question mark? I don't know. Rip. Okay, a little confused, but okay, would like to vote. Yeah, sorry. We may put a call out for more mods in the somewhat near future. It's been almost a year since we accepted our current mods. So I may put out a call for more mods because YouTube, I feel like, ends up a little slightly unmoderated sometimes, which is okay. I never busy. So I just like maybe we'll bring some more people in to help out with stuff like that. Is there a link for the grading rubric? There is! In the Discord server, if you do !Discord, there's a whole channel that has all the stuff about critiques in it, including the rubric in there. So, this design, I think that's a grade for it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 and a half? Not bad. Granted, this may be slanting higher because I'm not sure particularly what the concept is. That's a color I can't see. But I think I'm picking up all the things I need to be about it, and sometimes less is more. So this is concise also in a way that I think works. Oak is busy, Reality Fox is asleep. That's fair. That is fair. Can we get a round of applause for Loopsy, please? Round of applause. I didn't clap like physically as me for the other one, which I should have. But here, look, I'm clapping. Yippee! Good work. We can keep moving. I have 2 hours to get through a couple more, and I think that will work out properly. Next, let me save this. Great job, Loopsy. Such a cute design, amazing colors. Yeah, the color palettes have been going pretty well today. I've been pretty happy with the color palettes we've looked at. Next, we do have a Shroomate. I think I pulled Echo's most recent submission, but Echo, I am so sorry if I'm missing something more recent. This is Echo submitted and was in the 350 to 400 range originally, but then this is a resubmission from like the 8-ish hundreds, question mark, I think. So I hope this is the most recent one. I believe it is the most recent one. If it is not, we'll figure it out. Hi Galaxy Queen. So adorable, love the pink and green wheelchair. Right? I love like adaptive devices or things like that when they're incorporated in designs. I have long been slowly plugging away at making a 3D accessory pack for things like canes and hearing aids and stuff like that. Because I feel like that'd be a very neat thing to just have. And a lot of models like don't inherently come with accessories like that. So then people could, if they're having a Vroid model or something like that, put those things on their model. But I love to see those kinds of things physically integrated in designs. And also when they are character designed up as well. Don't just give me a bland, everyday wheelchair. I know people in the real life design their wheelchairs up and make them look cool when they have the financial means to do so. They put fun colored things on the spokes of the wheels. This is a very customized wheelchair already because it's got the slanted sides. It's not the darn old hospital wheelchair that we see all the time in designs too. People who don't know things about the actual daily lives of disabled people, putting their characters in the hospital wheelchair, which has the high armrest and the high back. No. Those are not for daily use. So this is good. This is good. Better have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Oh, Hodgepodge with 100k spores. That's crazy. That is so many spores. So I think the initial thing that I do note about this design that I think other people are saying as well is I do have a little bit of clarity trouble with this design. There is a pet or mascot that's sitting on the lap here, and I thought these were wings that were connected to it, but I now believe that these are the shirt. That's a little bit visually confusing to me. And then all the pinks, this pink right here is similar enough to these pinks here, and their outline color, especially two, is like one shade off from each other in a way that makes them sort of merge. And then similarly, these colors right in this area is making the skirt merge into the wheels too. So having those things touching each other, I'm not sure if is working as well as it could be, potentially. Made a concept for EG fragrance. Does that count as EG fan art? Yeah, it will count. We're gonna look at fan art and stuff like that in the Discord server on Friday, so I will perceive it. I would call that fan art. Someone also drew my hand from my vacation post. You can put that in EG fan art too, because that's fan art of my, what do we call it? My high octane cycles HDR model. That's fan art of the real EG. That's still technically fan art, I feel like. And yeah, the arms, realizing that the arms are arms. I believe these are compression sleeves or the kind of gloves that are worn when you operate a wheelchair, because it keeps your hands clean, keeps from getting bad calluses and stuff, makes it comfier. And that is something I'm assuming also based on the color. There is very commonly this color of this like desaturated green for any kind of brace worn on the hand. But I do worry that they aren't also reading as hands because they're inhuman and the way they're overlapping. So there's a bit of a clarity trouble. The back of the wheelchair is also too close to the shoulders colors. Where is the back of the Oh, wait, you're right. This is the back of the wheelchair right here. You're so right. So there's just a couple of things overlapping in a way that I'm not sure is visually working. Like, if we wanted the back of the wheelchair to be green, that would probably be fine. Because the green is distance enough. Ooh, hang on, this might be hard to recolor. It's distance enough from any other objects that are green. Honestly, this just making it this teal color almost does feel kind of similar to these little patterns that are in the blouse. But that'll make it clear that that's not the shoulders themselves. I think the other thing happening here also that might be causing a clarity trouble is we're getting almost tangents. This is the back edge of the... I should use a color that's not that one. The back edge of the wheelchair, the backrest, is sort of forming an invisible tangent with the arm, even though I think the arm is actually coming out like that underneath. So I think that's also making it confusing as well. Oh, and that is making it confusing, more confusing with the arms having it be that color. No! Hang on, let me... I will just put a color over it, maybe. We'll lose the shading when I do that, but if I go like this... It's really not the brush for it, but... This should make it not confusing with the arms, at least. If we do that. Like the pink inside of the wheelchair. Yeah, so I think just a lot of what's going on here is which colors are bumping up against each other. So let me color these over with green and see if that makes it a little bit clearer. And then I need to have it not be outlined in pink also. There we go. We may have to do something to this creature to also make it a little bit more distanced. And honestly, some of it may just be that we need drop shadows too. You get a multiply layer. If we had a nice drop shadow behind a bunch of these objects and underneath things, like I have a little bit of clarity issue around the head with the ears kind of merging together. This is sort of a classic trouble that can occur when you have colored line art as well. So sometimes I would say that line art, if we're gonna color parts of it, work best only color the parts that are internal. When you have big external shapes that are important to our ability to read depth, they may work better if they're not colored or if they're very, very dark still. So like if we push that back, that's already bringing the head forward a little bit more. That's clarifying that area for me. If we had some shading just in this region in here, that would probably help clarify that this little creature is not connected to those things. Yeah, that does a lot for me already. If we had shadows under the arms and where like one arm is overlapping the other right now, that might clarify that this isn't a part of the skirt, maybe? Potentially. Even I might even go like this. We can tell that those ears are right there. I might shadow this area in because it would all be under the head as well. So that way we're cooling off the chest area, so it wouldn't be confused with the other part of that animal as well. We can push back the footrest. We can push back any of the internal, further back parts of the wheelchair. While they're still gonna feel kind of pink, we're cooling them off a little bit, differentiating them in color a good bit. Let's see if this helps. I think this is gonna help a lot, actually. There we go. Let me, like, try and do this, like, kind of cleanly, at least. There we go. Darkening the internals, adding a drop shadow on the legs, because the leg color is also still a little bit too similar to the fringe of the skirt's color. And then even under here. And this does seem like a live 2D model, so maybe I'm just missing the... Maybe there is shading, but it's just not turned on right now in the layers. But I think that that is going a long ways as far as depth goes. Do you see before and after? I might even continue some of this down a little bit further so then we can see that these little droopy things that are hanging out here on the ears are not earrings, but they are part of the glasses too. Live when the blouse has lines and a color that sort of merges with the pet. Yeah, that's what I was trying to eliminate some of as well with some of the shading. Like, if I go through here and add all of these drop shadows, it should help us clarify the edges of things at least a bit better. Green eyes help. So that would be the other thing I would say here is, as far as focal point goes, I do look at the face because so much of the warmth is up here. The brown hair is helping to pull me in a lot to the face, but I do feel like having a brighter eye color or a slightly different eye color may be beneficial because the glasses are getting a little bit lost against the eyes and the skin tone, and the eyes themselves don't have as much power as they could. This is the classic thing that I end up accidentally complaining about very often, which is gold eyes. Gold eyes, really cool in concept, but they aren't often as cool in execution. And yeah, we are looking at the plushie first because it is most of where the yellow undertones are occurring. Glasses frames should pop more too. Yeah, they should. What I might do, so let me just see. I'm wondering if the glasses should be dark. Right now they're light, but if they were instead dark, they would pop a little bit more, and then I could see where the edges of them are cascading. Actually, wait. I'm misunderstanding. Are the glasses connecting to an earring? I feel like they might be. I might be misunderstanding what's happening here. Is that what that is? It might be. Blood eyes works much better if the skin color is cooler in color. Yes, which is not very common in character design, unfortunately. Gold eyes work better on characters that have slight, like, mid-tone to darker complexions or cooler undertones of skin. We don't tend to see a lot of really cool undertone skin, unfortunately. But because skin tones tend to be in the same hue range as those gold eyes are, they don't get as much contrast as they could. And they tend to be similar level of value. They're similar, their brightness. Let's see. So that makes the glasses clearer to me from a distance. I feel like we could even exaggerate the glare on the glasses. But I do think the next thing that I would suggest is different eye color. So, what eye color would I even suggest? I feel like green is sort of the obvious choice because it's already somewhere in the palette, but it's not occurring in the face yet. So we'll see what that does first. But then if we're going for a color that's meant to be like brown adjacent, we could lean more a little bit red maybe too. Gold on dark black sclera is really cool. Yeah, well that increases contrast, which is what makes it work focally. I feel like that kind of works. That's a step in the right direction maybe. It might be a little bit too strong the way I have it now. But something that's a little bit like a pastel green might be nice. Make sure it's not connected, don't see it, and would be very inconvenient. The way these were looping, I thought this was connecting behind that clip, but I'm not sure. Oh wait, did I even read? I didn't even read the synopsis here. My design's just a jackalope human hybrid boy. He's sitting in a wheelchair because I myself am disabled. And his little critter on his lap, his pet Mochi. Mochi's meant to be my mascot. He's just meant to look like a cozy and cute floral themed character since I plan to do cozy art streams or cozy games for the most part. Whoopsie. I am quite locked out today. I am so sorry I didn't read my synopsis there properly. Ooh, and my multiply layer normal. I forgot to do it under the hair. There we go. Put it under the hair also. Give me some drop shadows on the face. That's the other reason why I went for a cool tone for the shading as well, is that I feel like this design is so warm in so many places that it just needs a little bit of coolness in the undertones to cool things off just a little bit. Push some things forward and backwards. And add just a little bit more clarity and separation between some objects. Like, I'm adding a little bit more to the hair too. Oops, that's less than I had it at originally. I think that was where I had it. There we go. Yeah. Maybe turquoise for the eyes? We can do turquoise for the eyes. We can do the classic edit, tonal correction, hue slider. Let's see. This is sort of in the turquoise region. That's kind of nice. That's not bad. There's a lot of eye colors that could potentially work. Like this is going like fully blue almost. That's getting into like purple, which isn't as noticeable. Too similar to other things maybe. This will probably put us back into the range where the colors were disguised. Yeah, slightly more turquoise eyes might not be bad. Hi! The glasses have simple decoration, otherwise a string around the head so you can wear it, hang it from the neck. Ah, I see. Pastel green? Yeah, that's sort of where I have them right now, is a little bit of like a pastel green. It's still pretty saturated, but not too much. Maybe a darker blue, because I can't really see the eyes still. We could make them darker if I copy, paste, and then multiply. There is I think it's a TikTok where the guy goes, money add then multiply, and I don't know what that is, but for some reason today when I'm saying multiply, that is what's coming to mind. And I don't know why. I gotta erase the highlights back out. There we go. Ooh, wait, hang on. Have I caught something? I have. Guess what I found in the eyeballs? Horizontally mirrored eye highlights, not irises, that's not a word. Highlight and iris combined. I have found horizontally mirrored eye highlights. E.g. pet peeve. Oh noes! I'm gonna hope and pray that this is just because they haven't been flipped yet. Maybe. But do make sure to pay attention for that. And make sure we don't accidentally end up like that, maybe. Let's see. Honestly, green eyes like that might be kind of nice. Hi, Zany! Yes, yippee art for thumbnail! Thank you again for drawing PanDG, Zany. It is so cute. I was looking forward to getting to use it. I just needed to have enough guys in the folder for it, and I finally did. I was like, let's go. I finally get to use my other Zany art for it. Yeah, I see the eyes now. I think darker and greener for seeing the eyes. Higher contrast from the glasses chains is good. The face is still maybe not as focal feeling as this little critter is as well. And I'm wondering if I should go like this color and make this area on the face that gold that is the critter. Maybe not full saturation, but because that critter is like the only place that gold is showing up, it feels too important. So if I were to make that gold appear in other places, it'll feel less important, and maybe even around the eyes if I did that. And then similarly, I might darken some of the creature as well. The creature. Love the horns. They are very cute. I do enjoy in designs when hair is made to part around horns. I feel like it is very good practical design, and it's such a nice place to put some of that sort of believable, realistic asymmetry where, yeah, would it be convenient for you as a creature who has hair to line your part up with one of your horns so that you don't have like a funny area where your hair doesn't sit right? Yeah. Yeah. But that does do funny things as far as like this horn may need to come from like in here. Otherwise that hair is like huge and really far forward. Yeah. Darting on the critter's head floofies? Maybe. I might just do a general darkening on the critter in general. So if I go like, if I take one of these colors that's all over the place here. Nope, multiply. Money add, then multiply. What is that from? I don't know what that is, but it is so stuck in my head for some reason. I go like this and make it less intense and kind of push it more into the color range of things that are more commonly found right now in this design. I'll gradate it so it's not as strong right now. Make these less high contrast. Gradient it. We're gonna kind of like pull this color in around the face. We're doing like almost that pizza technique that is popular on TikTok. There. Actually, I feel like I made that worse somehow. I feel like that's not actually that much better. back, steep angle. Can't see it since this is straight from the front. That's true. They could be at more of a steep angle too. Because the creature is yellow, didn't even see them. Oh, really? So people were saying that it was focal to them. But it is still kind of blending in with other things while being distracting. It's standing out to some, but blending in for others right now, which may just mean we just maybe need to recolor the creature. The creature. Yeah, you rush downstairs in the night. It's the creature hitting the funky megalodon. Oh, bye, honey butter. So I'm gonna go live. Shroommates, have a good one. Take care of yourself. Will do. Yellow's close to that of the chin. I did that. That was a me. That was a me move. Because I was trying to see if by making the yellow more common in other places that helps it. You're right. The value is also too similar. So having something that is, oh, because like that even makes it even worse. I wonder if that area of the face could use to be brighter, because it's already got this really light area on the inside of the wings. If I made this sort of like part of the muzzle lighter and then fade out from that, maybe that will help. Let's try that. Right now it looks like I've given... Zoom back out. Oh wait, actually, I feel like that helps. Hang on. I think we're onto something here. I think that is helping. Let me erase where I've accidentally drawn it over this. So we get the contrast back. But I think that actually helped. I think that works quite well, actually. That actually is doing way more than I thought it would. For clarity. Yeah, I think that's the schmoove. Ears, not wings. Ears? Oh, did I say wings? I meant ears. Whoopsie. Creature's biggest area of bright color. Yeah, especially since the shirt is also light right behind it. Yeah, we could push those things back maybe a little bit more, but I think I am coming to the face more readily right now. Money add then multiply was a vine. Oh, wait, it's a vine? Oh my gosh, wait, I don't remember what it is. That's funny. What is the rest of it? How does the rest of that go? It's like stuck in my head for some reason, but I guess if I Google search money add then multiply, I'll find it. They're a little bit more brown autumn-esque. Ah, maybe if I pull from this color for it. Wait, give me a color layer. Oh, interesting. Making it brown makes it too close to the skin color in the undertone. But if I made it dark, it might become too focal for that reason as well. Like, this becomes too close to the skin color, the way that it is. But that's a more brown undertone, because the browns are really red in this design. They're not really actually brown. Turn that off. What if I just draw over top of it with, I made it actually this color. What if this? Let me just test this, because this is what color the horns are. Although I fear that actually might make it more focal, because it's gonna be higher contrast. We'll see. Money add then multiply. I call that mathematics. Yes, you're right. It is that one. It's that one. Yes. Hang on. Make this a multiply layer and turn it down some. There. Brown? Let's see. I'm gonna color this in, like, kind of quickly, maybe. I was just having trouble trying to figure out how to actually get this to be what I needed it to be. This is not gonna be the cleanest modification on planet Earth, also, just because it keeps moving. But making this more similar to the horns does add clarity. And maybe if we want to keep that gold color, this then replaces the white. So that way the brightest whites stay on the face. Maybe, right? Just like really roughly done. But right, maybe? Question mark? Oh, I didn't fix doing this. Hang on. Proof of concept, actually, too much. This might be too different also still. Hang on, there's like a gentle balance to be had. Caramel colored is cute. Feels less focal to me, maybe. I think it's a step in the right direction, but I think the general critique for this is clarity. We need stronger clarity, just kind of overall. The focal point was also not maybe focal pointing as much as it needed to. Let me do a little silhouette check here, 2/3 of the way through this critique, because I should have done that sooner, but forgot. Oh, oh, hello. Hi, Riri. So, silhouette. Honestly, I will say, wheelchairs or any kind of like adaptive devices or things like that add so much to silhouette sometimes. This character also isn't all that vertical anyway because of like the seated posture, but the wheelchair itself adds a lot to the silhouette. It adds this really nice negative space between the legs, which the posing is also helping with, but then the head and the hair with the ears and the horns, nice silhouette. But guess what I'm going to say? Do you know what words are gonna leave my mouth here now? Do you know what thing I'm going to say about it that I've said for the last 2 designs also? It's too symmetrical. It's completely symmetrical. I believe all of the asymmetry in the design is that the hair is parted on one side and there's an anklet on the other side. And I feel like there could be more asymmetry. Also, that's funny because now I can tell what the delay was. I can tell what the delay is, unless it's all of you freaking out trying to figure out how to spell symmetry. Shoemates, how do you spell symmetry? Shoemates, how do you spell silhouette? Test. Test. Yeah, it is symmetrical though. It's a little more symmetrical than I think it should be, potentially. Despite the fact that like there are ribbons that are wrapped asymmetrically. There's little asymmetrical hair flowers throughout. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You guys are spelling silhouette mostly right. S-I-L-H-O-U-E-T-T-E is how you spell silhouette. I spell that word probably more than any other person on earth spells that word. I type that word into a Google Doc from doing Vtuber design critiques for private consultations like 4 times a day sometimes. I don't think anyone says that or spells that word as much as me. If they do, challenge me to a fight. I will win. Don't think you'll beat me. But also, I do still trip up with it sometimes if I can't think about it for a second. I have to like autopilot write it. No one's messing up my spelling, so I'll skip on spelling today. That's fair. Callie, that is a very interesting take on how to spell that. That's a very interesting take on how it's spelled. Let me figure out what I had turned on in the first place so I can bring it all back. I'm gonna round down. Yep, that's green. Yep, that might be dark. Which I think is an improvement. That makes it blend in too much. I frankly don't know what this layer is. What are all these things I was doing? I can't even tell what they're impacting. Hello? Oh, that was important. There we go. I'll break it up to get it right. Yeah, I also break it up. Remember I still know it bugged me that I can never remember. Then EG started streaming. Did I pog? Mayhaps. Mayhaps pog moment if you are a shroomate who can spell silhouette and also symmetry. Those are challenging words. So, I want more asymmetry, but as far as what to suggest, maybe it's just that the pose is too symmetrical. You already have a less typical pose by being seated, and I feel like the arms might read a little bit more clearly as arms if they weren't both folded in the lap like that. I feel like for you, if you had one hand that's placed like resting on the wheel or resting like down here in your lap off to the side, that might add just a little bit of asymmetry in a way that would make it clearer that these are arms. And then similarly, I'm wondering if like the places where you have the flowers in your hair, hello, can I have a mouse? There we go. These flowers are very small in the hair, so they don't end up being the kinds of things that would come with us if we plushified this design, as well as most of your patterns would probably be lost if we plushified. And by doing that, we would lose most of the references to flowers. Maybe they should be just crossed a little or more. Maybe crossing them more could also help, but I think it's just the combo of they're not human hands, which is what we're used to seeing, and the color that's happening is not what we're associating with the rest of the body. So those could be the 2 factors that are causing confusion there, maybe? Oh, miscellaneous is, yeah, I just tell myself it's miscellaneous. Adding a bag be too much to the side or something? You know, I don't think it would be too much. I don't know I would have to do some research to see how people wear bags on wheelchairs and stuff like that, because I feel like I've seen ones that like strap across the backrest. I don't think there would be any bags that would sit on here or like sit like in that region, so that would take a little bit of research for a second. But yeah, that could be a valid option. Maybe decorating on the side of the backrest. Yeah, or like even if there were decorations on like the wheels itself so that they feel more specific, maybe it could be an option. So be a few flowers made bigger for the plushie. We're making them bigger for the plushie and having a couple of them. Why don't we just do that for this one? Like, if some of these flowers that are in here, I'm not going to completely re-render them. But if a couple of these flowers were like this scale, where they're then adding to the silhouette. Let me take the lighter color inside of them. They might read a little better because I am losing them in the hair a little bit with their level of detail. And then, yeah, maybe they get like a colored center or something. But then, ooh, I would need a light yellow, isn't it, please? Yeah. But then they add a little bit more asymmetry to the silhouette as well. And we already have the placement for them in what manner. Sprinkling the small ones like they'd be almost growing out of the hair. I think having some small ones is probably good, but maybe just more variety in the size of them would also be beneficial. This is not the rubric for this one. I was like, wait, did I already do a rubric? False. Did not. Silhouette. I just want more asymmetry. If all I want is more asymmetry, you only lose a half point. That seems to be the common thing going on. Also, I should draw a ladder on you. I don't think I've added anything that would change the way the ladder would be drawn. Let's see. Ladder test. It's like bottom of the feet. This might be a little bit interesting in here. There's a lot more division lines. One there, there's a division line like here. Bottom of the trim, top of the trim, bottom of the arms, top of the arms, sort of edge of the shirt, top of the creature's little horns, and the collar of the shirt, the bottom of the ears, chin, the nose. I do like the lipstick on the lower lip and the exaggerated shape of the nose because those make the face a little more dynamic. We'll be able to see your expressions from a longer distance. There we go. I would say that's probably our ladder. You want to climb that, shroommates? Maybe the critter could have like a cute little side tray with a pillow to sit on instead of in their lap. Help clarify things around them there, I think. Question. Is this like an insane thing to suggest? Ow, thank you for ladders. I do agree with you. Oof, ouchie, oog. I'm in ladder jail. Hey, I do think that, well, not think. Would it be crazy? I don't know how this would work, but like in a fantasy setting, could we build like a sidecar onto a wheelchair? I don't know how sidecars attach to motorcycles, but like, could we build like a sidecar onto the wheelchair for the creature? Would that be too crazy? Combat wheelchair. Now that's a thought. I might be a little bit too out there. That might be not be the move for this, but like just as a general idea, having a sidecar on a wheelchair sounds hardcore and also kind of cool. Logistically, maybe a nightmare, but conceptually might be cool. Basket like they had on old bikes. Maybe, but I don't know where that would connect. Yeah, just have to attach high up. Yeah, like it'd have to attach somewhere where it's not interfering with the wheel. And I guess it would be tough on a wheelchair too, because then you're propelling, like manually propelling that as well. Oh my god, yeah, increasing width, getting through a doorway. Oh no, that would be a problem. Maybe. Little floating Mandalorian cradle for Mochi. This is like slightly fantasy enough in the execution of like the furry design that maybe it could work. Resting a flower that's growing from the wheelchair. That could be a good option, maybe. Yeah, I could see a number of these things working. Beerix, thank you for following. Kind of gets put on the back with wheelchairs. Yeah, see, that is the trouble. That is what I was thinking, is that it mostly ends up on the back. Remote control sidecar. Remote controlled separate sidecar. Also, I agree. Dangerous ladder, clustering up near, closer to the face. A little bit of asymmetry happening, which is good. Good spacing, passes. That's a dangerous ladder for me. Whoops, spoiler. Whoops, hang on, come back here. Hide that. But yeah, it does make me wonder if there might be a better place to put the critter than in the lap. Like, it is cute, and I know people who, like, I had a friend who would carry her dog around in her lap in her wheelchair, and her dog loved it. She was like, this is the most spoiled dog on earth because he can have lap time all the time. I can imagine cats probably get so spoiled if they're not, like, bothered by, like, the chair moving. Get so spoiled because they can just have lap time forever. So, like, that's such a cute thing, but at the same time, like, it is covering the whole torso, which is where a lot of the design would be coming from, maybe? Can you put tablet tables on wheelchairs? I bet you can, right? I've seen wheelchairs that have, like, attachments that come up to hold something for you, like a tablet or something of that sort, which could be interesting. Echo is an artist, so I wonder if they'll physically attach, like, a tablet to the infrastructure of the wheelchair somehow. Should be a toggle. Oh, yeah. Being a toggle would probably be good, yeah. If they were leaning over one arm, that could be cute. Like, if it was off to the side of the body here, like leaning into one arm, if it's just leaning out the side, that could be good. I was thinking for a second, if there was more area with the backrest without the ears, it could be coming over the shoulder. But I see what you mean. But yeah, I do think changing the posing of this would also be good for cutting down on some of that symmetry we're seeing that's sort of everywhere. And then also feeling a little more natural, then we can see the chest part of the design, less overlap of things that are sort of visually confusing us. I think that those might be good potential considerations for the future. Color palette. We are having clarity issues, which I think is coming down to the color palette itself is okay, but I think we just have too many things that are the same color against each other. Add some drop shadows, it'll clarify a lot, and then adding some brighter tones to your face so that all the bright tones aren't showing up just immediately directly down from the face will be good. For focal point, it's not fully lost, but it is at least partially lost. I am losing the focal point, at least initially. The creature was too focal, where the face, by adding some brighter things, adding some more contrast with the eyes, it's bringing us in a lot more, because that hair, it's the only thing that's that color, so it should be working to make the head focal, but it wasn't fully working the way that it was, so it needs a little bit extra work. Complexity versus clarity. I already took the points off for the clarity issues from color palette. The clarity issues aren't coming from over detailing so much as they're coming from color choices. I think as far as the details go, you have a lot of big details and then a lot of small details. We need some more medium stuff, which is why I was scaling up some of the flowers potentially. So I would say you're pretty close. And then for concept and motifs, I can guess probably pretty quickly that you are a jackalope. I can see that pretty easily. And like the floral aspect, I'm also picking up pretty quickly. So I think I'm picking up the angles of your design that we need to be. So that seems fine to me. And then I also just thought you were cute. Classic. Big leaf coming out from the back. That would be cute, having some things where like we're getting more of the floral stuff designed into the wheelchair or other elements themselves. Where like, if we had like weaving vines with flowers sort of asymmetrically winding out from behind, that could be potentially kind of neat. Oh no, they're stuck in my wheels. And then you could put flowers or leaves or something on them. That might be kind of cute. It feels a little bit eldritch the way I've done it right now. They look a little bit like tentacles. But there's probably a way to do it that wouldn't feel like tentacles. Especially if I put leaves on them. If I go like that, I made it look more like an ivy of some sort. Put flowers on them too. That would probably be cute. But yeah, more plant. More plant could also be good. Yeah. Flower pattern on the arm fabric. You know, I do think that maybe if this had me do just like the classic, if you were to cut out in the back of this, just in the shape of a flower or something, where we can see that this is the fur here. If we give it like a little bit of like a fur texture, we can like see it sticking up past it. That might help us to realize that these are gloves, because we're seeing the cutout. This is not a small enough brush for what I'm trying to do. Hang on. Smaller. Like, that's a very generic shape, but that does make it clearer that that is a glove and we're seeing skin through it, and that that itself isn't skin, mayhaps. I'm thinking about, like, motorcycle gloves that have the cutout in the back, but at the same time, I don't know if the back of the hand needs it, unless they are compression gloves, in which case that wouldn't work. But, yeah, maybe. Thoughts? Yes. Math, also 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10. I think 8 out of 10 sounds fair here. Let me grab a nice pink. Brush size. There we go. Yay! And then also I will say, as far as saturation goes, I feel like some of the most saturated colors are happening at the bottom edge of this skirt, which might also be what's pulling our focal point down and away from the face, but like these little tiny flowers in the hair are also pretty focal. So, not too big of a deal. But, can we get a round of applause for Echo, please? Back to the old EG way of the that's the sound clapping makes. Yay, let me save this one. Well, you guys do round of applause. And now I will have to... Oh wait, I already have it saved. Perfect. I will have to add the details in for Noctis Live. Let's maybe get some sort of subtle patterning to make it more apparent that it's something worn. That is true, even if it was just like a very small... Let me just draw it first, but like even if you had like... Hang on, I'll make it less opaque. Something just like subtly floral as a pattern. I'm gonna turn it down. Bear with me. Bear with me. Let me draw 500 flowers fast, quick. You're right that probably would also help to push that it is a textile. And maybe it could be thinner than that. Although the way I drew it looks like scales, but something floral. Paisley even. Might be interesting. Might be nice. Work out. No shoes on this one. Did I miss any? I did skip an accessory on the last one. I would consider this to be kind of mismatched. Hair clips. I did change the eye color. Shoes were not made bigger. Silhouette is fine. Free space. If any of these are a 3D model, I'll get bingo, but I don't think I will. I did use multiply layers, and I did say bear with me, but I did not forget the ladder. So don't win your bingo too quick. Noctis, let me find your updated one in the server. Is an art from like 2 days ago. Just so funny that you just finished it that recently. Let me scroll back a quick second here. Although I'm actually wondering if I am looking in the right place. Oh no, here it is. There we go. Open it here. Whoa, okay. So I'm gonna put this next to it here, and I'm gonna drag your other version that you'd given me before at some point over here. I think this is the version of you that I drew way back when, once upon a time. Yeah, we can have Clapter. Clapter is acceptable. I think immediately something that is happening for me is that the colors here are stronger and have better clarity. This feels like you put a multiply layer over the whole thing and we've crushed all our values together a little bit. So I'm having a lot of clarity trouble. I would just take the colors here and move them over mayhaps. And if you want the face to be really dark, I think that could still stay and work. I appreciate what you've done for the collar by making it more exaggerated and darker and more like scary hands. But I do think the colors of this one would be better here. So I'm not gonna spend all the time like recoloring everything, but I think the colors will work better. I do think that having the sleeves rolled up in your previous version, oh no, I'm doing this correctly on the layer wrong. We didn't have a wrong layer EG yet. There it was. There's our wrong layer EG. Having the sleeves rolled up, I think was visually more interesting because it's letting us have some of those tufts on the arms that are handled in a similar way to the legs. So I do kind of want that back if possible. And then we can still use some of these like darker colors in here and make it not look like a hoodie. It can still be like the dark, tattered stuff that it was maybe. And maybe like, you know, this purple might still be brighter than you want it to be, and it could maybe be a little bit less saturated if we're trying to make this feel a little bit more nightmare. Yeah, but yeah, we are losing a lot of clarity with these colors right now, unfortunately. If you want the face to be that dark, we may need some highlights on it so that we can see what's going on with you. It's very sleek. There we go. And if the arms were similarly dark, like that does a lot to just give us where the beak is located. Yeah. So I think we need some of that. I think this inner shirt needs to be also lighter. Maybe not quite this light. You're gonna feel a little bit cartoony. It seems like you're going for a darker, more desaturated palette, but this is just too dark right now. All of these... Layer, new correction layer. New saturation, luminosity. Do you see the ish? This is like 80% one value, maybe even like 90% one value. Your outer coat and your pants and your shoes are all the exact same value. Your inner shirt is pretty much the same value, and then your head is the same value as the claws coming out. All of that happening is all way too similar. So what would need to happen is pushing and pulling a bit. You gotta decide what you want to be lighter and darker, probably. So, like, the jacket might make sense to be darker, but then as a result, we can make... Add glow. Where's my add glow layer? We could make this part, these parts in here lighter. Don't worry, it's not gonna be this bright. It's just because I need you to see what I'm doing. I also think Jubby got home while I was talking not that long ago. Jubby was going to see a friend's hockey game yesterday, and I did not come with because I was doing laundry and also was working on projects beyond your comprehension. Just remembered I have German homework due tomorrow. Do your German homework. Do your German homework. Yes. Mach deine Deutsch Hausaufgaben. German screaming will continue until morale improves. Wann nicht kommt nicht. Hop hop. I don't know what I don't know what that means. I know I can guess. Mach deine Deutsch Hausaufgaben. Hausaufgaben means homework. Wann nicht something not come not hop hop. What does that mean? Hang on. Lightening this, but not that much. It can be like that much. Potentially. And maybe like not even all of that needs to be lightened that much, but clarity wise, whoopsie. That makes it easier to tell what's going on. Alternatively, we just need to push and pull more things. From nothing comes nothing, no work, no gain. Oh, I see. Me too, man, me too. Ga who's work doing? Is that something in another language, or are you saying things adjacently in English? It almost sounds adjacent English. Turn that off. There we go. That actually is helping me a good bit with clarity, just having done that little bit. I do appreciate what you've done with your hair. It is very visually interesting having all of those bright colors, specifically all around the head. Oops, hang on. Bring back the stuff I was doing. I'm gonna erase these colors. But I do think that the way you'd handled the arms before was a little bit more engaging for me, with making them rolled up sleeves so then we could see the feather tufts of the arms. And we are also losing, like, the tail I can see more clearly here. The fact that there's some sort of scary nonsense and eyeballs happening inside here, I feel like is good. I feel like you're leaning a little bit more eldritch, but I feel like in the process we've lost a couple things that were making you feel eldritch. Like, if this is your arm that is taking this super exaggerated shape from here, whoop, carve that out. That'll feel nice and uncanny because it's making you really spindly and exaggerated in your proportions. I may need to change this background color also. Let me just do that real quick also. Yeah, let's see if this works. Give me a nice, like, neutral gray. There we go. Now I can see you a little better. I'm losing a little bit of the stuff that was happening in the background, but I think that's for the better. Wait, I need to speak English. Forgot. Yeah, for the sake of my mods, don't say too many things in other languages, please. It's Flemish. Your accent was really funny. Thanks. You mean my lack thereof? My no accent that was had? Me not having any amount of accent is what you mean. Was kind of funny. Yes, I do agree. I I feel like your color design of your previous version was more visually interesting for me, where having a brown overtone or undertone to the, like, something in your body, whether it's your shoes or your pants, was kind of nice. I feel like maybe we just reconstruct this color palette to be less saturated, and that would be all you need to do for your other one. Ooh, tummy cramp. Ouch! Ow! Don't like that. Ooh, that was not nice. That was not pleasant. Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna desaturate this. It's gonna vanish for a second. And then we're gonna desaturate this to be almost where this is, and then we're gonna say... like this, and I'm gonna erase out some pieces where, like, the eyes can stay the way they were and the hair can stay the way it is. But I feel like this might be better for a color palette for how this is currently existing. There's something happening in the stomach that I can't really make out. I think it might be bones, question mark? If they're bones, they might need a little bit more clarity with the way they're executed. They kind of feel like, almost like they're glowing. Which, if that's the case, we may need to, like, see some of the glow that's emanating from behind them. They feel like they're backlit, but I'm not sure if I'm interpreting them correctly in thinking that. Let me turn that down. It's gonna be too bright. Like, I think that clarifies it a little bit. Confiscate phone. Roommates, English in the chat, so that we can know what you're saying, so we can tell you're not saying mean, evil, strange things that you shouldn't be saying. Please, I beg of thee. So, silhouette. Upgrade in most ways from how this was. As far as making this more Eldritch Nightmare-y, I feel like we could even, hello? Drawing tool. Go even further, where if we replicated some of those, like, tendril-like finger shapes in other places, it made it seem like they're almost trying to be feather, that could be neat. Feels like you've got, like, uncanny growths happening on your body if we expose your arm like that. And then if we make them asymmetrical, that'll feel also all the more uncanny. I did like your glasses because they gave you a little bit of humanity and a little bit of whimsy. But if you're trying to be leaning into a scarier aesthetic and you don't want to have that little bit of whimsy, I think it's fine that you've moved away from that, however. Let's see, what else was I thinking here? Visual motifs. You don't really have repeating motifs in the design, which is why I'm looking to repeat these hands somewhere else. And that was something I could have critiqued about this one as well previously, is that you've got some shapes that repeat. You've got a tattered edge, which repeats. That's kind of the only repeating element here. So I feel like you could benefit from adding another layer to your concept, another layer to your onion of concept. Beverage. Try to say it in German, which fits because I said the same as you wanted to say in German, but also because it gets confused. Oh, I see. Design based on a Tengu. I don't know. Oh, wait. That is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to grab what... We just kind of, like, launched right into this. What is Noctis's most... N-A... Nope. A-C-H... reference sheet. Nope. OG outfit? Is it gonna be this one? Let me find the deets of what Noctis wanted us to know about the design, so we can see if we're missing things. Nope, that's not Noctis. Oh lordy. Critique form? Hello, my old friend. The critique form. I think that, yeah, there we go. This is the most recent one. Yeah, we can do the eye pattern on the cloak if that's what you're going for. Yeah, I was just sort of sticking something in there as a placeholder, but I feel like there could be an interesting, like, geometric or, like, very organic and uncanny way of putting an eye texture inside the cloak. I think in this one, they aren't necessarily eyes, they're little symbols. But one of those things that tends to work really well in Eldritch style designs is putting body parts in places you don't expect them to be, namely bones or eyes or teeth or mouths. So, might not be a bad thing to add there. Let's see what Noctis said here. Noctis, pronouns any. Ooh, Noctis the Dark Shroud to find them. The embodiment of the primordial dark. This form being a dark raven monster. The big bad villain cloaked in darkness, design, and a monster. Tall imposing, various inhuman elements both on top and underneath the coat. Father guardian of monsters, shown all the faces hidden in the cloak. Not sure if I push the underlying dark monster design elements without overtaking the general look, or if I need to change much on that end. Okay, I see. Mouths for eyes and eyes for mouths. What is a song called with eyes to hear and what is it? How does it say? What is it? Eyes to hear and something? There's a Sleeping with Sirens song, I think, that has a title that sounds like that. Eyes to hear and mouths to something. I don't remember what the title is. If any of you showmates know what that reference is, elaborate me. Claws coming out from cape. Yeah. So, given that we're trying to go for primordial dark raven monster. So we are getting the raven aspect. We're getting the inhuman aspect in that manner. If we want to lean more into that, I feel like we could go even crazier with the bottom hem shape of this coat also. We could steepen these arcs that are cut out of it and make it feel even more tattered, maybe. Or make these feel like they're like creeping fingers in some manner also. Because that's another thing that also works well for Eldritch designs, is having things that resemble fingers. We don't like seeing fingers or teeth or eyeballs in places we don't expect them. So when we start to, things become really uncanny. So if this is starting to feel reminiscent of a hand, that'll work in the right way. Claws coming out of it will work. Eyeballs on the inside is nice. Repeating this sort of like torn bone thing that's happening here. Can't see where this edge is because there's so much texture, which isn't a bad thing, but the texture is just making it hard to perceive a flat color maybe. And it is making it much darker in a way that I'm not sure is completely beneficial. There we go. I bet this is the same base color, but just with so much of that dark shading on top of it that we're losing that's the base color. But if we had this sort of like internal like bone showing through element thing happening like inside the arm where it's functioning as like a protrusion almost that has that like weird red kind of glowing shape on the outside of it. Like that'll feel uncanny and like something we don't really want to be witnessing. There's a whole number of things we could add that would push it further. Feet coming from the head like antlers or something. Yeah, I do think that this is emphasizing height sort of nicely right now. I think as far as shape goes, if we really want to emphasize height and intimidation in that way, inverting where the visual weight is sitting would probably work well for us if we drop this waistline a little bit. And if we were to pull this in to be really narrow before it flares out at the base, this will feel even taller because we're emphasizing length. And then we could even make we can flare it out real far at the bottom, but we could even make the collar here more exaggerated and taller and make these things like coming out in this area more, because things that have visual weight on the upper half of the body tend to feel very looming as a result. So more unsettling things coming out in this area of the body will help us. Even these things I'm doing around the arms could probably even be like bigger and more finger-like. But I think that might be pushing us in the right direction. And live, very quick sketch. Okay, let me see. This could be tattered and like hanging like open. Like we're seeing something that was destroyed, so that the eldritch arms can come through, maybe. If there's things that are puncturing it also, that could be nice and uncanny potentially. Let me just clarify what some of these shapes are. Oh, the darkness in this isn't also fully black either, which might be why the contrast wasn't super clear. But I think there's a lot of things we can do to further push the elements that you were going for here. Let's see. The narrowness that was in here. There we go. Let me see what was the suggestion. Live suggestions. Oh, Oh, like those eyeballs, I see. Data image? Huh, Nocturne? Did it not send properly for you? I can see what Selma sent. This is very Kishin Ashura eyeballs-y, but I think that could work. Really like spirally eyeball patterns like this could be quite neat and uncanny. I mean, the color of the hair would be awesome, like cool decoration on the jacket. That could also be true. Having that blue, whoopsie, spoiler. There we go. Having this blue or purple repeat like at the tips of some of these things could be neat also. We're not going to do a ton of it because then where it's in the hair will be less important. But that's adding a little bit of interest. These could be tipped in the purple as well. So we're getting more of those colors more miscellaneously throughout. Could have some accessories on as well. You're not really accessorized, my guy. I feel like there is a level of destroyed opulence to a lot of like eldritch and primordial things where they will have like lovely possessions that have been tarnished over time. And I wonder if we could benefit from having that. Like, I liked the pattern work that you had for like the leggings under the clothing, having something that makes it clear that we're wearing boots and stuff like that. These almost feel like a shirt or like arm wrapping, so I'm not sure if that's what it was. But I feel like your fella could use a little bit of accessorization. Even if it was just like dark, tarnished chains or something. A lot of our primordial, dark, eldritch deities and things like that often are associated with being chained in some manner, where they are trying to be kept down or bound to something. So we could use elements of that if we wanted to add like chain or rope or things like that that are binding and showing that this fella was restrained but has broken loose. Whoa. Like that could be an interesting thing where like, I don't know, chains in places that add to silhouette in an interesting manner. These are chain links, I promise. We're pretending. Like chain links draping across the body in some way where he was chained or they were chained and are no longer. To embrace artistic insanity. Yes, embrace artistic insanity. Embrace a little more artistic insanity. Even could have like the hanging like shackles of something that was once holding this thing back but no longer is. Eye chains. Yeah, the chains could feel like eyelets. Like, I think it's the bird's like skin. It could be, but that's a neat thing to see, is the bird leg skin almost feeling like one of those overlapping patterns. I'd be leaning into the eyes too much. That's okay. I think that having a more consistent motif throughout like that might be to the benefit of this design. I might even like point these shoulders out a little bit more. Oh, E.g., you've done everything on one layer. Why have you done this? Why have you done this? Why have you done this to yourself? But like, I feel like this feels a little bit more complete to me. As far as silhouette, I'm getting the vibe a little bit more. We're getting the haunting nature from the blues. We just need more of that detail, I believe. And more of these weird fingers. Honestly, you could leave one sleeve down also if you wanted to, but I might even like say to like have the sleeve be like torn open or something so that it's like dark on the inside, or maybe just a little bit more visually disturbed, or maybe if we're gonna put the accessory on, put it on this arm or something. But more fingers, more eyeballs, and then I think you're golden. Or like, even if you want to leave that sleeve down, what if these are like bursting through it? We can't contain them. Then we can see like where they're coming from on the arm or something. The weird finger-like nature, but then you can see that it's like, it's not holding, it's not containing. New coat silhouette is body tee. What do you mean body tee? I've just modified the coat silhouette because it feels more imposing to have the weight on the top part. Grab this purple again and put it on these elements just a little bit. Even like the jacket doesn't have any hardware on it. How was this jacket worn? Was this a double-breasted jacket? Is there supposed to be something we can tell was used to like close it in some manner? Do we need buttons? Do we need a zipper? This is a classic EG moment of fashion research. Figure out where seam lines go and things. Those are just subtle details that make things feel much more alive. Most of your overcoats have some manner of closing, whether it be buttons or something of that sort. So showing something of that nature might be good. Red eye amulets as bracelet on one arm. Yeah, not a bad idea. Potentially. Maybe. Missed so much the stream because someone told my sister's parked car to pick her up. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your rest of your week goes easier at the very least, maybe. But I think that is potentially the bulk of the thoughts I had here, which is that there was a lot of clarity to- Wait, hang on, what is going on here? Oh, that's just showing us that that's like a neck piece, okay. And then this thing down here, I feel like since you have it like that, showing that it's like this spiky thing could come out here and overlap. Maybe for just a little more asymmetry, but it's too dark. Be less dark. That's not dark enough. Our value range is so small that these colors feel so light when I change them, even though they really aren't. That looks a little bit like hair. That's okay. Stolen? Oh. Told? Oh, stole. Did you mean somebody stole their car? That'd be terrible. That would be even worse. I think you were just... Did I have other things to say here? Hang on. Me put OG Noctis back over here with current Noctis. Nope, that's not you. Here you are. Current you. I think you need chains that once bound you but have since been torn off. I think you need asymmetry. Release an arm, maybe, in some manner. I think you need broader values. Broader values. Right now your value structure is really crushed. I feel like you'd benefit from going with something like this. You can even tone this a little bit darker, but this is just a bit too dark the way that it is right now. Bring your little eye details back on the inside. More fingies, more eyeball, more teeth. Distribute some of these hair colors just a little bit because I add pops of interest. And I enjoyed the fact that you had some brown tones worked into the palette here. So I think they should come back. Oh, for silhouette, the silhouette wasn't bad. Your hands were really good for it, but I think there's a more successful silhouette you could have for what you're aiming for. And I'm appreciative of the fact that I actually got to manipulate your silhouette to push you in that direction, because usually VTuber silhouettes don't lean far enough into that kind of exaggeration, but you're already doing it. So I think that is an angle you could go for. Went totaled. Oh, the parked car got totaled. No! That's awful. Also, in my vacation and return from spending family time, I drove back with my little sister, and we almost got eradicated by a car cutting across 2 lanes of traffic. We had to run off the road. That sucked. I did not like that. Is there a reason it's eyes, fingers, teeth specifically? Like with stuff like ears, mouth, and toes also work for that kind of horror vibe? Kind of. The reason why it's eyes is because the feeling of being watched is something that makes us feel unsettled and uncanny. Fingers also, because fingers and teeth tend to be sort of sharp in some manner, and you know, hands we associate with manipulation and, you know, reaching and clawing, things like that. Teeth we associate with biting. So mouths work in a similar manner, where mouths can be like gaping, horrible maws with dripping slime in them, and that's uncomfortable. Feet, I don't think work as well, because the common associations with feet, I mean, I guess you could have like grotesque feet, but they don't feel as eldritch. They feel more like gross out horror. Ears are not that serious looking as a part of the body. You can make ears kind of grotesque if you make them really like cobwebby and fractured and falling apart and torn and sharp. But ears, like as they are very round. So we don't tend to associate them with horror elements all that much, or at least I don't. But that, yeah, like stuff like that, I think you can make any body part have a horror vibe, but those may be harder to work with, potentially. Hey. Hi, Incinda. Hi. I didn't need that hair anyways. Made it home in time? Welcome home. I tried to salute you, but my pen got in the way. Classic EG salute. Everybody knows walls have ears is visualized with eyes? Huh? I'm not familiar with that reference. Interesting. Ow! Hey! Do not bonk! Hey! Do not bonk. I have not done an evil. There is no reason to. But I think I can start grading. I am gonna slap you with a ladder real quick though. Oop, I need this. slap you with a ladder. Beep, 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 beep. Beep. Honestly, any color I use will be able to see on here, probably.
What the difference between a crow and a chicken? A chicken can crow, but a crow can't chicken. Call you believe it.
Call you believe it? I feel like a crow could be chicken. I feel like a crow totally has a propensity to be a scaredy cat. And I think that that is deflection to try and say that I'm actually being really generous. I don't think this counts. Everything is so low contrast in the body, I don't think I can actually draw lines really almost anywhere. I think a crow can be very chicken and can be a scaredy cat. I think that's possible, Gary. Oh. Hi, Revity. I guess I match with you. And also with Noctis now, huh? It is the ladder god. I have returned to you. It's been a minute. This is 2 eldritch gods in one day. It's been a while. We can't check our ladders if I am in the way, though. Does this ladder please me? Here, move. Let me float menacingly over to the left here. Ow. Are you making offerings to me? I appreciate it, but I do need to be able to see. Yeah, hands are not the offering. Yes, there we go, yeah. Ladders are more appreciated as offering. Where are you? I've lost you. My little creatures that you are. I'm hiding now. That's not as helpful as I thought it would be. Thank you for your ladder offerings. You may also offer fish crackers. I accept those as well. Let's see. Does Noctis pass my ladder examination? That eyeball adds something there. Top of the head here. Maybe something like that. I believe that is all that is happening for a ladder in this design, which is not a lot. Thank you for your ladders and also for your fish crackers. Man, the legs you would need. Here's the thing. If I was drawing rungs where the clothing is, even though it's too low contrast for me to see it, it would add those rungs, which does make it more climbable. I think this just needs a little more flavor blasting. That is my word as an Eldritch Lord to another Eldritch Lord. More flavor blasting. The silhouette just needs a little bit more asymmetry. He poses on you menacingly. Yeah, I see. Just needs more. Turn all this back on that I was doing. Whoops. Hang on, maybe not one of those. That one's the one that doesn't get turned back on. Not that you can see what I'm doing anyway. That's fine. What else would you need to see other than me? Hello from heck on earth, the heat wave. Hello from heck on earth, the tummy ache. My stomach is actually getting significantly worse, so I may have to do my best here. Eldritch Lords, I didn't tell you this in Eldritch school, but they are not immune to stomach not feel good. Move over, EG. Thank you for your donations, though. Are you intimidated? Are you intimidated? Hats. Twitch chat on the head. Bops. YouTube chat. On the chin, maybe? Underneath your head? Hello. Oh. Alright. This is fine, I guess. This is just how I am now. Wow! Crows would chicken out. Very scary. Yeah, I'd imagine very scary. Ladder Lord, may I get a blessing? Yeah, what would you like as your blessing? You did offer me many a ladder, so I think it is right to accept and potentially offer you a blessing. What would you ask for a blessing? What do you wish for? Dealer's choice. I don't really deal. I don't play cards. That's my wisdom, eldritch wisdom to you. Don't gamble, kids. No, there's no dealers here. Secondarily, my blessing I'll bestow upon you is that your fridge and your AC will work. That's my blessing. Your fridge and AC will do the purpose that was ordained for them to do without issue. I can't control the weather. That's not within my abilities, unfortunately. What I can control is minor appliances. If you have those things, they will work and function normally. That's my blessing unto you. Weather's a little bit beyond what I do. It's not within my scope. The fungi, you'd be surprised, we don't live in the sky, so I can't help. Didn't we Gamba today? Ooh, about that. I wasn't here when you did that. Eldritch EG cannot be held responsible for the actions of people other than myself, so can't help you. E.g., our freezer broke last week and our house AC hasn't worked in 18 years. Yeah, well, my blessings don't work retroactively, unfortunately. I'm also not E.g. I don't know if you noticed. My blessings don't work retroactively. That's not how blessings work. From here on out, things will not break. But I cannot solve problems that already occurred. That's not, I don't think most gods can do that. We don't really tend to go back in time for solutions. But if you get a new freezer, I can prevent that one from breaking. So like, that could be a solution maybe. Billy, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back. 10 months of Prime. In EG we trust. In EG we trust our fridges. If you let me grow inside of your fridge, you will not be disappointed, I promise. What was I even doing? Grading, mayhaps? There we go. Hi. Hello. Fancy seeing you here. Now, this is a horror concept. You either get mouth or you get eyeballs. You get one. Make your choice. I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why my Eldritch Nightmare is spawning. Oh, Jesus. I don't know why my Eldritch Nightmare is spawning excess of objects onto me after it ends. I may have to look what happened. Yeah, this does look like a saw trap. And growing the mac and cheese? Thanks, I would love to. Yeah, if gods work retroactively, then you would never pray to them. Yeah, you wouldn't know to pray to them because you'd never know anything had gone wrong in the first place. I think I'm normal now. Am I normal? Were you good? What did I miss? I need to grade. I don't know what's happening anymore. Compensating for last week. You know what? Might be. It is compensating. It is doubled up because last week I was not present. Let me start grading here. So, for color palette, very, very low clarity. The color range is so crushed that I'm having a hard time making things out. The values are just so crushed together. More variety, greater contrast. The silhouette isn't bad, but I think I need more. Silhouette of applause. Yeah, I can stick my little fingies out through my silhouette. This is a really confusing thing to see. If any of you are here and you don't know who I am, please tell me what you think is going on right now. Do you think this is my non-human VTuber design? I'm a windmill of a rotating sphere. I really do look like a windmill. If I rotated this way, I could have power over the winds then, maybe. But I don't currently. Oh, so you got nerfed? Nerfed? What? Nerfed in what manner? I'm as strong as I've ever been. I don't know what you mean. Nerfed? I could never control the weather. That's never been a power of mine. I don't think that's being nerfed. I think that's just some eldritch beings control some things and some control others. That eldritch being controls luck as it relates to appliances as one of the many skills. Nerf or nothing. For me, it's nothing. I've never owned a Nerf. I haven't been here in months, just see a pile of ladders. That's par for the course. I've been doing this for months, though, at least. At the very least, that's not uncommon. Oh, silhouette. Wasn't bad, but I want... Actually, I'm probably gonna put it here. I want more from it. Complexity versus clarity, you need some flavor blasting, I think. Focal point, no issue. Your hair having the most of the blue and purple does make it very focal. Wow, you can't see me talk or blink right now. The ladders are exactly perfectly positioned so that my whole face is obscured from you. Hello? Hi, it's me, EG. I'm trapped. Help. I've fallen and I can't get up. Concept motifs, we can exaggerate that eldritch thing more. That's what I was saying about more fingies, more teeth, more of all of those things, mayhaps. More exaggeration, more creepy little bone internals, more jewelry, more detail. Concept motifs, you got all the right elements, you just need more of them, so I'll put it here maybe. JLEG. Me clutching at the bars of my enclosure. Let me out! Let me out! Math. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Is that 7 out of 10? I think that's 7, maybe. Right. Question mark. Is that math? Is that math? 2, 3, 4. Oh no, 5, 6. 6 out of 2. 4, 5, yeah, 6 out of 10. Look at that, I caught myself. I caught myself doing a bad math for a second. There we go. Looks like you're lost inside a children's jungle playground, or those are called. Yeah, I'm trapped in the jungle gym forever. Bad and naughty shrooms get locked into the latter jungle gym of nightmares until they have repented fully for their transgressions. What were my transgressions, you ask? I don't know. I can't remember. I'm sure Eldritch EG did something to make me deserve this, because it couldn't have possibly been me. I'm a perfect angel. But maybe you did something. Shroomates, did you do something? And I'm being held responsible as your teacher? Ow. Adds to my suffering. Thanks. Thank you. Cozy G is what I need. So I'm gonna be stuck here for the rest of my life. Selma, I'm not putting you in the bad and evil shroomate area. I have yet to even redeem any of my birthday pass hole punches, so I can't be that mad. Transgression was that you forgot the transgression you committed. Oh no. Wait, so is the problem going to continue that once I'm released from this, because I still forgot the problem and I forget what anything is doing, am I gonna get retroactively put back in jail again? Oh, I'm free. Thanks. Please don't put me back in ladder jail. Please. I know I like ladders, but I don't want to go back. You can't make me go back. Where is the first layer that I had here? There it is. You can't put me back in. You sure? Sure about what? The jungle gym for not doing my homework, it smells like dirty socks. Yeah, you're gonna hang out in the jungle gym. It's gonna be 10 million degrees if you touch any of the plastic, and it's gonna hurt, and you're gonna skin your knee on the slide, as is ordained. That is your punishment. Can we get a round of applause for Noctis, though? Yeah! Yippee! Go work, Noctis! Round of applause! D-D-D-D-D. Yeah, clapped her. Flavor blasted. Yes, I do have Blanky. I should be Cozy G right now. Or I can be Rotation, that's another thing I can do. But I should be Cozy G right now. I should chill, and speak slower, and be calm, and be pleasant. Can't clap, must rave. That's always an option. If you can't clap, you're welcome to laugh, and you're also welcome to rave. Laughing is to be done at me. Clapter is permitted. Don't laugh at people. It's not nice. Yippee! Let's get to the next one. Is this 6? 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, this is 5. Ooh. Nope, wait, hang on. This is still Noctis. I need to save this. Oh, hang on. Where is this going? In this folder. Just got back. Oh, wait. Just got back. Noctis, the short summary here is flavor blast a little bit. Distribute your colors more. Give yourself a broader value range. And I want more Eldritch things happening. Give me fingies in more places. Give me eyeballs. Give me teeth or mouths or things like that. Lean more into it, and I also inverted your silhouette a little bit. I made your silhouette wider at the top and the bottom because it emphasizes height and loomingness. But I think that's the TLDR of what my comments were. Right now I'm trying to save you somewhere. There we go. This is N-A-C-H-T-U-S. I believe is how it's spelled. Yep, that's correct. There we go. Let's look and find other kids' dirty socks laying around. I've never understood that. Why would you find other kids' dirty socks? I don't understand. Why were children taking their socks off in the playhouse? Didn't you wear your shoes into it? Live suggestions scares me. Uh-oh, what are you guys putting in the live suggestions right now? Oh, ears as eyes and mouth as, or ears as eyes and then the eye as the mouth. That's pretty bad. That's unsettling. That's an interesting, also horrifying creature also. We don't like limbs in places we don't expect them to be. Why are my glasses gold also is a question I do have currently. I'm supposed to be better grip? No, you didn't. Huh? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't understand Twitch. Thank you for resubscribing. How's it been nearly a year? I, quite frankly, don't know. It's crazy. I think I've definitely been streaming for a year, but I wasn't an affiliate a year ago. I think we hit affiliate anniversary soonish, but I don't know if Twitch tells me when that is because I have partner. That's why I'm not clear. Run on your socks in my experience? Huh? That sounds like a good way to slip and fall and also make your socks irreparably gross and dirty and unclean. I don't think that sounds like a good idea. Some people are crazy and wear their socks outside. Looks at the door. Joby wears their socks outdoors, and I don't know how they do it. If my socks get even remotely damp, I lose my whole mind. It ruins my day. I cannot tolerate it. But people wear their socks to go outside sometimes, which is crazy to me. Are these children allergic to wearing shoes? That's what I'm saying. I don't trust not wearing, like, I wear shoes for things. I don't like wearing flip-flops because I don't feel safe. Like, I like wearing good shoes also. I've been subs about a month-ish after you started streaming on Twitch. Remember the rush I was in to get the Founders Badge? Ah, I know that, I think it was it Jirox? Jirox, the box? Someone subscribed to me before like, literally within, like, 30 seconds. Whoa. Within, like, 30 seconds of subs being a possibility. Which is surprising. I was like, wow, you were waiting here. How did you find this out? How did you know it was an option? Yeah, Jirox, the legend. Incinda, was it you too? I'd believe it if it was also you, Incinda. Yeah, Jirox, the legend, the box, who is also immortalized in our, fishing game. True legend. All the play places I had been required you to be barefoot? That's a pro-foot fungus agenda. Don't let those foot fungi convince you to do that. That's a pro-foot fungus agenda. I told you, I warned you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't wear shoes without socks. Don't go barefoot into things. That's a good way of getting warts and foot fungi. I may be a fungus, but I'm not here for the foot fungus agenda. I don't stand by it. Yeah, no, I don't. It's a different kind of fungus than what I am. I am not a parasitic fungi, and I'm also not a fungi that takes over the human body. I say as if I'm not currently kind of piloting a human body. Shh, don't worry about it. Shh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about the specifics. Don't worry about it. I don't know why this doesn't have the background on it also, because I had a background for this one. Fungus are friends, not feet. Fungus don't belong on your feet. I don't even have feet. That's how I feel about that one. You wouldn't steal a human body. I would. I would steal a human body. I've stolen several, actually. I stole the body of Kalis. I stole the robotic body of Svarog, who creased my Jordans. Also, Jubby and I did start our trip to go visit my family by buying a fresh pair of Reeboks. That'll be part of our tales that I tell on Friday. But for our, like, what? It was like a 5-hour drive to go on vacation. We did start it by driving 45 minutes out of the way to a Reebok store. To buy Joby some fresh Reeboks. They're slick, they're nice. We got our matching white Reeboks. Mine were $5 at the thrift store in town. Joby's were bought straight from the source, drank straight from the spring. They are glorious, they are beautiful, and they are still white. They lasted a whole week. What a thumbtack once? Oh my god! Joby sat on an Amtrak pin once. Or was it an Amtrak pin? It was a train pin that had or was it, what was it? Was it Amtrak? It might have been Amtrak. Joby sat on a pin once, like a bag pin, and didn't realize until like hours later because their leg was bugging them. This was like the first year we knew each other. Because a pin belonged to somebody I used to be friends. It's also interesting. This is Mr. Smiles, I believe. I don't know why I don't have their details in here right now. Sorry, we're just like randomly info dumping about Joby out of nowhere. Talking about Joby's shoes, Joby stepping on a pin, Joby going outside in socks. I don't know. They do if you level up your attack high enough, your socks cause damage? Huh? You fell on a kid, they won't get as hurt. What, without shoes on? I still feel like a foot is still a bony issue that would be a problem if it collided with anything, shoe or not. Maybe I guess shoes could cause more damage, but I don't know. Mr. Smiles. I've accidentally made this fuchsia, but that's okay. Any pronouns? At ball is not basic. Is this a Baldi's Basics reference as a username? Huh? Rather get whacked by a rubber sole than a sharp toenail? True! True! And I feel like it's more hygienic to not have your toesies out. Like, I feel like that's a dangerous thing. Feet are only safe to be exposed when they're in an environment where they're not going to be in danger immensely. Like, that was the whole thing with us going to a water park where we're all kind of like, they can't wear shoes on any of the rides, so you'd climb up like the stairs to get to the top of the water park attraction, and it would be a, boy, I sure hope that chlorine in all of the water has killed everything that anyone could be transmitting to me via fluid. Because unfortunately, real EG, IRL EG does have feet, despite this EG not having feet. Mr. Smiles is based off the Smiler roller coaster. I'll have to look up what that is. The Smiler roller coaster. Are any of you familiar with that? It's not a Busch Gardens roller coaster, I can tell you that much. Those are the only ones I know off the top of my head. And I might know a couple Kennywood ones off the top of my head too. I've spent some time in Pittsburgh. Live suggestions? Oh wow. So Stella, did you already know it before we even said it? Not like the Miley Cyrus fandom, I don't think. Is this British? Straight from the loom? Is that British? I saw it instantly. Oh, interesting. Basing a Vtuber design on a roller coaster. I feel like it's far enough away from it that it isn't gonna be a copyright infringement issue, but that's kind of interesting. Alton Towers theme park. Yeah, powerful understanding of that, Selma. It means they did a good job. The fact that you were able to recognize that means their concept is working. So that's a good thing. Black, yellow, white, which is why I stick to those colors. Meant to be a high energy, almost chaotic type character, has a clown jester type aesthetics. This character, right out the gate, I love how shapy they are. All of their limbs are such simplified shapes. This is coming down to being big round shape. We've got arcing shapes that are kind of forming into points. Is good. What does a roller coaster look like? Here, wait, I can open the image here so you can see. This is what the branding looks like for it. Yep, there we go. The Smiler. Having the eyes merge into the spiral is really uncanny, and that works really well. I honestly feel like maybe this isn't creepy enough. It could be even creepier. But the jester angle I think works also. Also, yeah, apple bottom jeans boots with the fur. Whole club is looking at her. Been on that. Whoa, there you go. How close the lines were in the spiral that paired with the grin that made me recognize it. Ah, okay. So that means that that is working. I think for someone who is meant to be high energy, almost chaotic, I feel like this is too symmetrical still. Too symmetrical. Like this ribbon to me could be like fully asymmetrical, like posed off like one side. Like that's the center part, and then it's here, and like those are dangling off to the side, and maybe we can tell that it's like torn or dirtied or mussed up in some way. Because if we're doing chaos, this is too symmetrical. The hair is perfectly symmetrical, and I know that symmetry can be uncanny sometimes. But like, I think a good reference for this clown would be, what are the clowns called in Soul Eater? There's those two really like horrible hulking clowns that have the really big spike arms, and they're just so uncanny from the way that their faces are. All of the clowns in Soul Eater, some of them are minorly inappropriate to look at, but they all have the jester aesthetic so clearly. They're not as symmetrical, and they're so uncanny to look at. Yeah, I can't show you them on stream. Too many of them are just like too minorly inappropriate, but like these fellas, they're so exaggerated and hulking, and they're not completely symmetrical. See, this is scooping up over the chest. They have things pointing off in different directions. Their faces aren't symmetrical, which adds to the uncanny nature. They got these big, horrible arm spikes, all of those things. Also, did I see Bolts there for a second? Hello? Oh, there's Bolts. Hi, Bolts. How are you? We love asymmetry here. Yes, we do. In this house, we love asymmetry. We also love being able to spell asymmetry. Slams table. Blaster clown. Blaster clown with asymmetry. Make it more exaggerated in the silhouette. Give me more sharpness. Give me more energy. What is that? I think that's a Tyra Banks thing where it's more energy. Energy! Make them more uncanny. Like, even like I'm looking at like this guy. This is not one that's inappropriate to show. From Soul Eater. Uncanny, has sort of stripes and spirals and things happening with it. More footwork, more energy, more power. Yeah, what's that from? is that Tyra Banks? I can't remember where that's from. More passion, more energy, more footwork, more passion, more energy. If you give me the descriptive factor that your character is chaotic and that you want them to be perceived that way, and you give me something that is symmetrical in its silhouette, I'm gonna say no. And see, look, that clown I just had open too was even glooped up a little bit, which we love to see. But I think more asymmetry, more sharp things happening. I get that we are trying to be somewhere between round found friend shape. And then also sharpness, because that's giving us that duality. Get a little bit of juxtaposition that sets us off kilter a little bit. Makes it feel like it's supposed to be a friendly mascot that we trust, but at the same time, there's something deeper and more sinister. Baby. Needs a gradient. I could also be game for a gradient. There's a gradient happening down here. So that way we can see these legs underneath. And I think the ribbon had the gradient too, but in me trying to move the ribbon off center, I made it not gradient, but like ribbon off center. What if the ribbon was really big and like more exaggerated and strangely shaped? What if, like, I feel like there's just not as much exaggeration. Roller coaster tracks as chains. That could be interesting. If some of these striped patterns felt like the tracks, that could be cool also, where if they had like, that might feel too much like a ladder, but like if they had like the internal cutouts, so they felt like these were tracks somewhere, that could be interesting. But I feel like this is too perfect the way that it is. Shirt is tucked halfway into the skirt. Maybe? The ride does have a more, I guess you could call it, grungy look to it. Ah, so maybe even all this needs is like, if it had like the like, you said it's an older one too, like if we have like rust staining or something on it, or even if it's just like the clothing is just like a little bit tattered. Oh, same layer, e.g. we've done it again. Oops, I did it again. I put the same layer. I voice cracked this time. I should really stop singing. So the shoulder could be placed on different heights. Yeah, like they could be different heights. I was wondering if we need something cascading off the shoulders a little bit too, because the silhouette is so round, despite this character trying to tend towards a more exaggerated silhouette as well. Those roller coaster shoulder restraints to help with silhouette. You mean like the like things that come down like around you that are shaped like this? Or wait, no. Actually the opposite. They're shaped like that, right? Question mark? Maybe. That could be interesting. I wonder if we could even mimic that with the bow somehow. I feel like I need to Google this roller coaster. What is the roller coaster called? Forgot already. The Smiler. Whoa, it has a very distinct like turn to it. Oh, the car is really specific in color too. It's got this big like triangle shape on the top of it. I feel like looking at what the roller coaster looks like, I think we need, like, this is what the cars are. The Smiler. There's like this like weird like tank thing happening on it. It's got tresses. So interesting. This looks like a diabolical roller coaster. Holy hell. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, huh? I'm sorry, how many spirals is this? I went on the Loch Ness Monster in Busch Gardens, and that is the one that is like heralded for being crazy because it's got its double interlocked loop. What is this? What is this? This looks like, yeah, the roller coaster you set up in like Roller Coaster Tycoon that kills all of your park guests. This is like a Germa trying to build a roller coaster situation. That's crazy looking. Look at them, they're sideways right now in it. Maybe it's just because it's all like, looks like it's on top of each other. And that, but like every image I'm seeing of it, oh my god, the promo images of it are also crazy. They are way more grungy though. I wonder if texture would be the solution. Thank you, Uiji for sure. This is rotation. I'm sorry, girl, what? Girly. Huh? Someone really took the, they really just took the liquefy tool and went like the opposite. They went like, they took that. They just liquefied her a ton. That's horrifying. That's so, and only her too. This man is like totally normal, except they like pitched the corner of his mouth up a little bit. Scary. The spirals are right. I feel like if we're trying to reference this this shape seems important, where there's this like spire that's sort of rounded. Hey, I needed that. What are you doing with my hair right now? Can I have it back? Girl, you good? Yeah, girl. I'm worried about you. Bolts, what do you need my hair for right now? I didn't know you were in the market for wigs at the moment. But I guess that's fine. I'll loan it to you if you really have to have it. These spires, I feel like, whoa, whoopsie, I'm clicking and dragging things accidentally. Am I drawing this on a new layer? I am. Like, this spire could be something that is incorporated. I could see the shape of this maybe relating to the sleeves, but I feel like if we're gonna reference this, the sleeves could even have like, nope, not you. Nope, not you. Nope, not you. Nope. I've lost my fella. Where are you? Here. Like, you could even have like some kind of weird, strange, that's not the color I want, pump device that's like broken open and leaking oil or something off the side of one of the arms. Yeah, more spirals? I don't know if we need more spirals. For science? Okay, sure. I don't know what science you're doing with my hair, but that's fine, I guess. Run some tests, take a spore print. Get back to me on that. This is just what happens to people who go on the roller coaster. Make mushroom soup out of the hair. Please don't do that. Leaky speakeasy? Oh, huh? What? I bet like these weird canisters that are on the side, they like kind of like pull in and go back out, and maybe it's broken off on one side and we get this like orange color on it too. The texture, do you see how on this there's this like metal mesh texture that's over things? And yeah, this like real grungy metal. I feel like those are textures that could come back and add a little bit of flavor. Like, I appreciate that there's already subtle texture in the stars, but I feel like we could use a little more of it. And like this could form, even if these dark shapes weren't just going straight in, if they were just arcing a little bit, get your shapes rotated just a little bit for the low, low price of having EG look at your design, maybe. Get rotated. Someone get me out of jungle gym jail? You're permitted out of jungle gym jail once you've done your homework. That is the only time you're permitted. Spyro the dragon. Spirals. Yeah. 2 minutes to make that metal texture and send to live suggest. Yeah, like, I feel like that metal texture would be really good for the bands on the arms or something. That, like, the like, really grungy, this one would be good for the armbands. This, like, metallic mesh that is overlaying things might be nice to put on just some of the clothing somewhere also. I feel like this just feels clean in a way that doesn't seem to be associated with the rest of the design. Yeah, also minor Spyro mention as an accident. Apparently it's the world's first 14-loop roller coaster. I beg your pardon? I beg your kindest pardon. 14? 14? No wonder spirals are part of the motif for it. 14? Do you spend most of the ride upside down? Huh? Metallic mesh on the dark parts? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Metallic mesh on the dark parts. Make this hair not symmetrical. That's not the color I wanted, thank you though. Try again. Like, we can do this and have it be like that, but like, don't have it be perfectly symmetrical. Have a little bit of variety. Variety is the spice of life after all. And then have your little like things. Nice. Yeah. And then like, even if I'm glad the spirals aren't mirrored, because that's kind of how you're gonna probably be avoiding your copyright infringement, perhaps. More faces throughout could also be interesting. You've got these funny little charms dangling from the shoulders that I would argue don't really serve much of a purpose. Did I just slice my finger with a mandolin again? Yeah, I would rather not. Track elements include a heartline roll, 3 corkscrews, 2 dive loops, a sidewinder, a reverse sidewinder, 2 sea serpents, 2 cobra rolls, and 2 double corkscrews. That means nothing to me. I don't know what any of that is. The sidewinder sounds like a wrestling move. Yeah, my roller coaster, I'm at him into the WWE. I know I said that in a southern accent. That doesn't sound like a real thing. Aussie leg warmers can be metal pieces like they're part of the coaster and managed to rip himself off. We could even put like metal pieces, like almost like, I'm thinking about BioShock now and that aesthetic where it's just like, all right, well, we've got just like metal pieces running through things and they are really like jagged and uncomfortable and rusted and metal. But I do almost feel like these leg warmers, because they're the only fur, they're sort of reminiscent of the hair and the fingertips. But I feel like I want it to come back, even if it's just like here or something. So that if we have this like weird fluff coming out of the shoulders, that's adding a little bit more of the chaos shapes. Sharpness in an interesting manner, right? Things on the shoulders can be shaped like tracks. They could be, I think they're referencing this promo having this style of metallic trim on it, maybe? But I could see those coming back also maybe on like one of the boots or something to sort of like pull the fur in some area where like maybe it's like here or something. I'm not like drawing things really well. And then that introduces a little more asymmetry to the silhouette where now this is being pulled in by that. Feels like you've got like a boot on or something also. This is a jester design. Some jesters had neck ruffles and stuff like that. Maybe the shape of the neck ruffle will be outlined by the tracks of the roller coaster and if a tiny car running around falling off of it. Oh, maybe? That sounds more complicated than I'm going to be able to execute in 6 minutes, however, unfortunately. But we can put that down as a suggestion, mayhaps, maybe. I saw somebody was also trying to make the texture, maybe. Let me see if that appeared. Yeah, Rex kind of has the texture. Whoa! Yeah, like this as a subtle texture over things. Like the mesh texture. Not that small, but like, wouldn't be this dark either, but like, or this bright. Just like a weird, subtle mesh over things that are dark would be interesting. I feel like that would increase the grunginess of things that are happening in the dark areas. Add a little bit more texture. Almost feels scaled, which is really uncanny. Roller coaster can make you lose either your glasses, lunch, or consciousness, or maybe multiple of them. That's true. You can go on roller coasters that are way less crazy and lose all of those things. Also, Verbolten has family lore in my family as being the day ruiner, like 10 years ago. And we went on it again this year, and it's my favorite one. Maybe my second favorite. I liked Verbolten. Verbolten's a good roller coaster. But there is a drop in the darkness that everyone lost a belonging on the last time we visited that park. So, technically also a leg. Huh? What? It's a brush and a Gustav Klimt brush pack. Ah, that makes sense. Do I also say you watched your VOD of grading Arknight's characters? Thoroughly enjoyed it. Can't wait for the next time you visit it. Thank you. We're revisiting it on Thursday. This Thursday. We'll be going back for more. Yeah. Metal pieces part of the coaster, miniature off. Infamous for some really bad incidents. Wait, this roller coaster is? Oh lordy. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I feel like the other thing I'm missing is that there's this funny mechanical aspect I'm seeing cropping up a lot where they have like these like pressure pistons that I wonder if might be just like an interesting... God, how would I even want to draw this? I don't know. Really limited color palette is making this tough, but there's like pressure pistons that are like, you know, a connection point and then here's the arm of it and then here's the home it slides into. And I feel like that might be like an interesting asymmetrical shoulder accessory if this was like the weird metallic piston that like attaches to the chest or something. And as the arm spans out or something, where I've put it actually doesn't do anything. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like there could be angles to bring that, yeah, hydraulic rams, that might be the better word for it. Like if there was a hydraulic ram attached to this thing that's on the chest, that then attaches this to the body, it would be a pain in the butt to rig for 3D, so just don't be 3D. But that could be interesting for some sort of like, yeah, making it a little more steampunk robot-y. I think makes sense with the vibe of it, yeah. Finally, there's the reason for the injuries on the roller coaster, and that's why they're looking to do VTubing now. That's true! To avoid getting caught for crimes against amusement park attendees, Mr. Smiles has decided to have a career change into VTubing. But I think this is still legally distinct enough that they're not gonna run into any problem. Also, minor star motif starting to work in here too that I'm wondering about the integration of. But what I'm thinking is, once again, more variety, giving more chaos in the silhouette. The color palette just needs a little bit more of those like darker gradients in it, I think. Yeah, more spirals. More spirals, maybe. I see a lot of really overwhelming spirals. Like, why are these flat? These could be on the roller coaster itself. They sort of have this like concentric circle thing that happens in places too. Where like maybe there's just like an off-center circle and we can see that like we're still doing stripes on the leg, but it's not directly a spiral. It's like we're seeing like a side chunk of it or something. Like, I feel like that's more reminiscent of it as well. Yeah. Yes. Add the 14 loops into the design, like a couple bits on the legs and arms. You could even put things. I wonder if it'd be interesting to have something that like spirals around the arms or something. Referencing that. My arcs are in the wrong direction. Hang on. Well, no, wait, actually they're not. That arc's fine. But like, something like that could be referencing the loops of the roller coaster itself, although it might feel a little bit too astral, but there's already a star motif happening. If I was going around arms into a belt or something. Yeah, like if this thing was pitched down instead of pitched up, that could work in the right direction for that. That gives me more space to have weird shoulder nonsense happening also. And then you put these little like dots back on it still, maybe like it's metal, but then this is referencing the loops on the coaster. I really want to sit with this one and puzzle it a little bit more. Simply say, I used to work there and things happened does not elaborate. Oh, 40. You belong to the Smiler is the main marketing thing. I don't think I want to belong to this guy. I don't think I want to belong to these fellas. I don't feel a sense of belonging here. Just a little too uncanny. Honestly, I might get rid of my... Hello, can I have a mouse? Please, please let me have a mouse. Oh, my dark stains, because I don't know if that's what I want to do with them, but yeah. There's somebody they have rollerblade type shoes that mimic the wheels on the coaster that attaches to the underside of the tracks. Ooh, that's a good idea. I didn't know that's how roller coasters work. What? Oh, wait, you mean like the like side wheels? Like the wheels on roller coasters? Because they have ones that go like in this direction, right? And they pinch the track. Wait, you didn't? No, I did. I just had to look at it to remember what it was. Like the thing where it pinches it to the track, right? Yeah, that would be interesting. I'm with you for that. Can't find their socials? They only have a YouTube, I think, from what they had submitted. It didn't seem like they had a Twitter or Blue Sky. So if you look on YouTube, you'll probably find them, but yeah. Roller coaster track wheels. That's illegible. Try again, EG. Try again with a smaller brush this time. Wheels. Yippee. Also very late? Have no fear. Crewmates never late. They appear precisely when they intend to. All of you. Just for all of you. But yeah, so general thoughts here. Needs a little more chaos if we're gonna use chaos as a describing feature. Little less symmetry. More spikiness in the silhouette. I appreciate the fluff of the shoes, but I feel like that needs to repeat. I feel like we could reference some elements of the coaster more directly, maybe. More spirals, more arcs and things. Put things down there. And yeah, it does feel enough like the roller coaster that we're picking them up, but I think it's still distance enough that we're not gonna end up in copyright infringement. So I think we'll be good. Also, the front of the roller coaster, like the cart itself, does have this checker pattern on it, so that also is a reference to it. It's all just Baldy basic videos. As in we're having a SEO thing where we can't find them, or as in the person creates Baldy basics things. Content. Let's see, can I find them? I went through all my downloads at one point and found that they all existed. Baldy is not basic. Oh, no, you're right. It is all people using that exact play on words, and I am not finding accounts with that name. I found this person some way, somehow, at some point, which is why they were still in here. I did remove a lot of people who had entered that had retired or I couldn't find, unfortunately, at some point. But those cartoon stars that swirl around their heads after. Ah. Channel. If I sort by channel. I wonder if this is it. I wonder if they changed their name. There's something that came up. Nope, I don't think that's it. And it's auto-playing, and I don't want you to hear that. Unclear. I definitely found them at some point, but maybe this is just not their current handle, unfortunately. But let me do a grade, because I will say, unfortunately, my stomach cramps are getting pretty... I'm trying to get my energy up. But we did. We persevered. We got through the end of stream. We did it. Did I let on that I was feeling oog? Maybe just a little. Thank you for snacks. I don't know if snack is the solution right now for tummy. I think those stale fish crackers did me no benefit, unfortunately, but that's okay. Color palette. Add more gradients, but it's not bad. Silhouette. Give me asymmetry, please. Complexity versus clarity. Mostly pretty good clarity, but I feel like you need a little more detail. Focal points. It is the face, I will say, because the eyes are the most detailed part of it, for me at least. And the head is such a big, dark, flat plane for the most part. The head is focal. I feel like we can push the whole roller coaster references further, though. The fact that we were able to guess it immediately, I think, is good, but I want more. I feel like I can't put it there. If Selmo and others were able to guess what it was immediately as being referenced to that coaster, but I think we need a little more of it, potentially. This is my favorite shape. We get this often as the shape. So I feel like often people have very symmetrical, need some work silhouettes, but for some reason a lot of the focal points work out. So we end up with this S shape. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5? I think that sounds right. Where are you? Wait. It's neat. Also not too overdone. Once again, I think the moral of what we were looking at today, and I think I've said this before about furry and anthro and non-human designs, is that they tend to be less overdone, which makes me very happy. I tend to like designs that are more efficient and more simplified. Also, round of applause! But I think that's one of the benefits I see often as a trend when we look at this kind of VTuber design, which is neat. It's always nice when you see positive trends in certain things, where I feel like a lot of games we end up going Genshin Impact is over detailed and has this thing, or VTubing, boy do they love their techwear, or this or that. So I always love when I get an opportunity to say, hey, generally, furry VTuber designs, non-human VTuber designs, you're knocking it out of the park. That emote cracks me up. Yeah, the big clappy hands, the big green ones are really silly. I do like them. Feels like the spirit of the roller coaster, supernatural being that acts like they're an employee. They feel a little bit like they could just be a mascot suit also, to me. Which does seem like that might be what they're leaning into, as a Baldi's is not basic or Baldi's Basics fan is a little bit of the horror. But yeah, how many was that we got through today? Let me close these, because I didn't get through this one. Is that only 5? That's a little off my game. That's okay. What does it get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got another fellow we'll get to in the future, hopefully. But that is, I think there's only 2 more people in the non-human folder. Non-human VTubers. Non-human VTubers, listen to me. Listen to me, I'm talking to you. Submit your designs. I want to critique them. I like the variety of getting to look at them. We get to look at tropes we don't normally get to look at. We won? Who won? Who won? People who guessed 5? I'll pay out your prediction now. Let's see. What was the spread of Gamba? Oh, so majority voted 5. Interesting. Usually majority votes 6. So you guys did a good job predicting me today. Let's see what YouTube thought. Actually, I can't see what YouTube thought because it's currently broken. This is what YouTube looks like right now. The poll. What's that mean? What does that mean, YouTube? I can't end it. I won 2 points. Did you gamble 2 points? Period? Usually you get like proportion or something. Oh, Amber won 2,000. See, that's pretty good. Who were the winners? Winners, 11 people won. Nice. That's me? Oh, it is you, Callie. You are there talking about metallic mesh on things. YouTube also has 5 at 37%. Cool, I can't see it for some reason. It's like collapsed and I can't touch it. Did I end it? I clicked on it. I did. Oh, okay, there we go. You guys have gotten pretty decently accurate with guessing, I think. I don't remember what I voted for. Well, you'll know if you won because you got points. If you didn't get points, then you lost. That's all that means, potentially. But, yeah. So, this week, Wednesday, which happens before next stream, finish your Clown Miku designs. Funny that we were looking at a jester. Finish your Clown Miku design challenge designs by Wednesday. Please! Yam and I have our stream for that. Next Thursday, we'll be going over the designs and putting them into just like a funny little tier list and mostly just gassing y'all up and telling you about how cool it is. How cool all of them are. So that's a thing to look forward to. Do finish your design for Wednesday, hopefully. I won't. Don't be like me. Finish your designs on time. I have an excuse. I was away and also had big projects and stuff. So finish your designs for Clown Miku Challenge. Ooh, Thursday, we're gonna be back for more Arc Nights, character design critiques. I have pulled my list for that one, so we'll see. And Friday yapping. If you want to hear about my tales of what I did on vacation and see my funny photos that I edited my face onto, like by my face, I mean this face onto, and hear all of the tales of things we did while I was gone, I'm hanging out on Friday. I might be working on my Clown Miku while we yap about it, after I go through my funny little PowerPoint that I have prepared. So we'll see. But thank you all for joining me here today. I just wish with great sorrow that we must part, and I must go maybe take like 17 to 32 Tums, maybe a little Pepto-Bismol. I'm doing the let's take ibuprofen together meme, but not with that medicine. But thank you guys for hanging out today. We'll find somewhere to raid into for Twitch, but for YouTube, shroom you later. Thank you for hanging out. Bye. Oh, it would be bye if my mouse worked.